Chapter 649. The Seven Order Main God Level God Kings were the peak existences of the Order Main Gods. They were undeniably the gods among the gods. The 14 Chaos Main Gods each occupied one or more dimensions and ruled over a region. They had always been viewed as the peak existences of the entire world. They were living history, and mortals even viewed them as eternal existences like the rising and setting of the sun. But in the recent 10 years, these peak existences finally changed, proving that there was no such thing as eternal in this world. This directly shook the comparison between the Order and Order Main Gods. During the Battle of the Hades, the Chaos faction had lost to Chaos Main God, the Lord of Putrefaction. However, his death was just like the Battle of the Hades itself. It wasn't announced to the world. Only those who were related to the Chaos faction and the Chaos faction learned of the fact that even main gods could die. In the past, Ancelo's betrayal had greatly shocked the powerful individuals of the mortal world. News of Ancelo's death instantly spread to all the human kingdoms, causing people to sigh at the cruelty of the Holy War, as well as allowing mortals to understand the truth. So it turns out that even a Lord God can fall. Yi Futian sighed. In the current world of Eichi, the Order faction only had 5 main god level existences, while the Chaos faction still had 13 main gods. Although this still seemed quite unbalanced, mortals weren't worried about this. That was because the Chaos main gods hadn't all participated in the previous Holy War. Not only that, there were also differences between main gods. The publicly acknowledged strongest main god was still the god of Holy Light, who had always been worshipped by the world of Eichi. However, very few people knew that this time the Chaos faction didn't have any restrictions at all. As long as the Chaos main gods desired the flesh and souls of the mortal plane, they could voluntarily participate in the battle. It could be said that this holy war was destined to be the most difficult ever. The death of the Elven Empire and the Elven gods was perhaps the most eye-catching opening act of the Holy War. However, on the second day, another piece of news shocked the entire world. Fenbert, the capital of the Mist Mountains and the capital of the AMU Mountains in San Antonio, now had an even more famous name: the Chaos Abyss Fortress Fenbert. 8 years ago, the great demons who were originally part of the Chaos race walked out of the forest and sacrificed the residents of this land to the Chaos faction in exchange for a large number of demon reinforcements. However, before they could walk out of the mountains, they were met with a head-on attack. At San Antonio's invitation, the Holy Church brought an angel army to the AMU Mountains defense line. Both sides fought on the front lines of the eternal holy war here. Due to the dimensional laws of the mortal plane, both sides tacitly agreed to maintain the number of high-level combatants. This low-intensity battle continued for 8 years. But when the eternal holy war truly began, the so-called tacit understanding between the Holy Church and the Holy Church naturally disappeared without a trace. A tremendous number of demons and Chaos War slaves instantly swarmed onto the battlefield. The low-level angel squadrons suffered heavy losses, and the Holy Church's defensive line only lasted for 16 hours before being completely flattened. The Holy Light warriors that the Holy Church had specially raised also suffered heavy losses. Afterwards, some people said that the Chaos faction had been sly enough to open up 2 demon wave entrances at the same time. However, after investigation, the Holy Church's intelligence personnel confirmed that the explosive increase in reinforcements was only because Fenbert's great demons had sacrificed themselves over many years. They had slowly accumulated a tremendous amount of troops. Finally, they had also used the elemental tide brought about by the Holy War to summon 2 demon lords to lead the troops. The demon lords suddenly obtained cannon fodder and high-level combatants, making preparations for the final battle. However, the demon lords still thought that this was a friendly match. Naturally, they lost both quickly and miserably. But the most troublesome matter had only just begun. Since the demon lords obtained victory on this battlefield and obtained a tremendous amount of flesh, blood, and souls as spoils of war, the demon lords performed the highest level of sacrifice and directly opened up a semi-permanent chaos abyss portal. And now, the demon wave truly arrived. This was how the Chaos faction would attack during the Holy War. They would harvest souls and flesh through slaughter and war, and then use the spoils of war to summon even more troops for even more slaughter and sacrifices. This snowball effect would be similar to how undead calamities increased in power. If it wasn't for the fact that the demons who came to the mortal plane would have to pay a price just for existing, it would be impossible for them to stay here for long. They would usually kill and rob before returning to the Chaos Abyss like bandits. However, during the Holy War, the demon army would be dimensional invaders that would steal everything. The danger level of the two sides would be incomparable. The end result was that even though the Moonwheel capital was facing the demon wave, the AMU Mountains defense line had completely collapsed. The collapse of the AMU Mountains defense line had not only dealt a major blow to the Holy Church, but also threatened the entire continent of San Antonio. It was likely that this mega-empire would be the most idle among all the mega-empires during the preparation period for the Holy War. Unlike the brainless demon war slaves of the demon wave, the demon armies currently residing in the Chaos Abyss Fortress Fenbert were demon armies led by demon lords. These demon armies were intelligent, strategic, and powerful war machines. The Chaos Abyss portal in the Moonwheel capital was still in the demon wave period. Any low-level or mid-level demons that entered the mortal plane through that Chaos Abyss portal would have to pay the price of their rationality. This Chaos Abyss portal, which didn't require any additional price, was quite eye-catching. It was likely that countless demon lords who wanted to invade the mortal plane would take action and bring their own armies to the mortal plane in order to seize the initiative in the eternal Holy War. It's still acceptable. At the very least, San Antonio has plenty of resources. It should be enough to deal with. While this information was acceptable, the next piece of information was rather confusing and nerve-wracking. There are signs of activity in the demon abyss in the lava cave region of the former Mist Kingdom. Eyewitnesses have discovered signs of dark cultists and high-level demons. I was familiar with the location mentioned in this report. Back in the day, this was where Cavendish had been stationed. Later on, Cavendish had opened up a Chaos Abyss portal and summoned demons to massacre the Seven Kingdoms. Demons had previously entered the mortal plane in places where the dimensional laws of order were weak. Not only would invading the mortal plane save on sacrificing resources, it would also be safe and reliable. Judging from the information I received, it was quite likely that a demon army would appear there. However, ever since the Mist Kingdom had been destroyed, the demon abyss had fallen silent. There were probably no more demons stationed there. Although Renee didn't say anything after hearing this information, it was quite obvious how worried she was. It was likely that she was burning with impatience and wanted nothing more than to return to the Northlands in a single night. However, not only was it impossible for us to travel at high speed, it was likely that we would have to slow down in just a few hours. Our airship fleet was slowly passing through the snowy mountains. Once we passed through the Hurrit Snow Mountains, which were rarely visited by humans, we would have to let the elves out and have them leave on their own. At that time, unless we didn't care about the elven residents who were migrating, the airship fleet's speed would be reduced to walking. However, this wasn't all bad news. At the very least, as the airship fleet's altitude increased, the fire element Inferno dragons seemed to be unable to withstand the cold and were finally giving up. As long as we passed through the Hurrit Snow Mountains, we would be able to enter the human kingdom's territory and wouldn't have to worry too much about being chased. Meanwhile, we also had some uninvited guests accompanying us. Chapter 650. Before the Holy War, semi-gods were the most powerful existences in the world. Semi-gods meant that they were existences that surpassed mortals, but weren't gods. Ordinary, powerful individuals would often believe that semi-gods were inferior to gods, but there was actually no foundational difference between the two. From a certain standpoint, gods were nothing more than semi-gods with their own duties. Divine concepts would give them tremendous benefits, but they would also be restricted in various aspects. It could be said that there was no limit to the semi-god rank. Even main god-level demon princes, demon lords, and undead emperors could be called semi-gods as long as they didn't have divine concepts or divine concepts. In the past, the mortal planes leveling system would give the mortals a rough hint in order to indicate the different levels of cultivation. That was, we need several experts at XX level or higher to deal with an opponent of this level. But now, that was no longer enough. In the past, the semi-god ranks of iron, bronze, silver, and so on were quite useful. That was because most magical beasts and powerful individuals in the mortal plane could be divided into lower and middle ranks. Although there was a huge difference between semi-gods. There weren't that many semi-gods. If a massive mortal plane only had several hundred semi-gods, and every single semi-god was a national treasure of a major country, there would be no need to rank them. The system existed for the sake of reality. Most warriors would spend their entire lives at the silver or gold rank, which made the system pay special attention to the lower and middle ranks. And as the demon wave and holy war descended, it became much easier to advance in power levels. So-called legends, gold and false saints appeared in large numbers. The most obvious difference was that in the past, gold-ranked individuals would be called masters. They were existences that surpassed the limits of mortals. They would receive great respect and treatment no matter where they went. But during the Holy War, reaching gold rank was just like reaching silver rank in the past. As long as one had willpower and excellent training techniques, it was 100% possible to reach gold rank. In fact, even false legends could be viewed as the limits of mortals. In that case, it would be far too much to call gold rank masters. Besides, in front of a powerful demon army, the difference between gold and silver wasn't that obvious. Cannon fodder that would die in 3 seconds and cannon fodder that would die in 10 seconds wouldn't need to be ranked at all. It was foreseeable that in less than 10 years, pseudo-semigods would appear in large numbers as well. However, the difference in combat strength among them would be even more ridiculous than it was now. No matter if it was low or high level, if the evaluation system was still the same as it had been for the past 1,000 years, then it would be impossible to evaluate existences that surpassed semi-god. The ranking system itself would become meaningless. That was why, when the demon wave officially arrived, the mage country, adventure guilds, and fairies used the previous holy wars as reference and created a new ranking system. The core of this system was to blur out the differences between low-level job classes and carefully differentiate between myth and semi-god top-level individuals. This would allow the ranking system to be useful in actual combat. Such a thing would probably happen once in every holy war. However, this time, due to the Holy War's sudden eruption, it came a little too early. The new first rank included the previous iron, bronze, silver, and gold ranks. It could be said that this was a huge step up from the previous iron, bronze, silver, and gold ranks. Since these ranks were still quite low, there wasn't even a proper name for each rank. At this rank, mortals were still trying to discover their own physical body's potential. Warrior job classes didn't even have any supernatural abilities. If a name had to be given, it would probably be something like peak mortal or artisan. The second rank was the unmistakable master rank. The general range included legend and saint ranks. Actually, there wasn't much of a difference between these two ranks in actual combat. At this rank, powerful individuals would begin searching for their own personal paths. Mages would begin learning how to use powerful natural elemental magic. Soul worlds and soul imprints would all be the embodiment of one's self at this rank. The third rank was the legend rank. Past myth and new semigod were all included in this rank. The powerful individuals at this rank would sublimate their own personal paths into unique combat styles and philosophies. They would fuse everything from their past into their legendary weapons, myth-ranked weapons of the past. Due to the existence of the previous 3 myth rank levels, this rank would be incredibly difficult to pass. But once one passed this rank, it would be a completely different level. The 4th rank was the level surpassers of the original semi-god rank. The powerful individuals at this rank were all unique existences. Their talent and hard work had reached the pinnacle. Their abilities would be vastly different, and even their paths would be different. Naturally, it was impossible to rank them based on how far they had progressed. However, it was still possible to rank them based on their combat strength. Since the ranking was based on their combat achievements and combat strength, a small number of strange low-level individuals could also enter this rank based on their combat achievements, such as forbidden spell mages or low-level beast kings with ridiculously powerful beasts. These individuals would be ranked at 20 stars based on their combat strength danger level. 5 stars was a benchmark for the true bodies of ordinary lesser gods. 10 stars was another benchmark for the true bodies of powerful gods. 20 stars still represented the pinnacle of the entire world. For the main gods, there was no point in going any higher than that. Just like how powerful semi-god individuals were capable of beating up weak gods, main gods were also capable of beating up powerful gods. Right now, in the early stages of the Holy War, the great majority of level surpassers were probably still below 3 stars. But I knew that as the Holy War progressed, semi-gods would be like dogs, and powerful individuals with more than 10 stars would be everywhere. As for whether or not a creator goddess with more than 30 stars would appear in the end, that was something nobody could guarantee. It was quite obvious that this change was to make it so that low-level individuals would no longer have any rights. Level surpassers at semi-god and above would have to be ranked differently. Perhaps the title level surpassers implied that they would look down on the high and mighty gods of the past. Perhaps an era where weak gods were like dogs was about to arrive. Level 1 nameless, level 2 master, level 3 legend, and level 4 level surpassers. The new rankings brought new meaning as well as new bounties. That's right, the contract hero system was now recognized by the entire world. Justice points had become a form of currency that was even more useful than the official government currency. And the dimensional invaders of different stars also represented tremendous amounts of wealth. Back in the day, the moon goddess and the god of fate had paid the price of lowering their own power levels in order to create a network created by starlight and fate that marked all dimensional invaders. Now, the system would give a fixed reward based on the enemy's strength and danger level. What? You can't pay? Are you sure you're not joking with me? In terms of money, justice points, no job class could compare to mages who could cast forbidden spells. A single forbidden spell could freeze countless abyss demons for eternity. How much justice points would that be? My contract bracelet had already recorded my combat results. Now that I asked for justice points, I was actually rejected. The fairies in front of me were sweating profusely. They were known to appear and disappear unpredictably everywhere. They had already taken over the task of exchanging justice points for justice points. But no matter how he calculated, he discovered that no matter how much he calculated, Roland's request still exceeded the limit of what he had on hand. I'm sorry. I need to ask my superiors. The moment I discovered that I could move my arm again, I immediately went to find the exchange staff and requested that my justice points be exchanged as soon as possible. That was because, I'm sorry, Your Highness Roland. I just asked my superiors to make some adjustments to the exchange rules for justice points. The maximum reward for a single battle will be 200,000 justice points. The reward for killing demons and dimensional invaders of the same species will be greatly reduced. Another fairy jumped out and rambled on about a large number of changes. She skipped words, but her conclusion was that it was highly likely that she would receive millions or even tens of millions of justice points. She would receive at most 200,000 justice points in the future. But since you worked so hard to find a bug in my system, I'll give you a special reward, 21,000 justice points at most. Why does this sound so much like some unscrupulous video game developers, such as Big Q Goose or Big Snow Daddy? I felt rather helpless. I wanted to curse out loud, but I didn't know who to curse out loud. I had immediately requested to exchange justice points for justice points precisely because I was worried that this would happen. Yet it just so happened that I was the one who had suggested the compensation system. Should I punch myself in the face? Policies would never be perfect. In order to prevent people from maliciously farming justice points, I suggested that as soon as an obvious loophole appeared, the system should be immediately amended and appropriate additional compensation would be given. What? This wasn't a loophole. Farming a large amount of justice points in one go wasn't a loophole. As long as it affected the stability of the entire system, no matter what the reason was, I would simply treat it as a loophole and deal with it. Indeed, no matter what the reason was, if I was truly given several tens of millions of justice points, I could directly exchange for a dozen or so god equipment to play around with. That would probably be enough to force some gods to commit suicide, and the entire system of justice points would naturally collapse. What did I mean by appropriate compensation? Yep, it's impossible to satisfy me no matter how many justice points I have, so I might as well give you a little something. I'll give you 1% or even 1/1000 of the original amount. When I recalled what I had originally said, I really wanted to slap myself in the face even more. It would seem that I had dug my own grave yet again. I didn't need to worry about those who had been scammed rebelling or causing trouble. Of course, I didn't need to worry about that at all. Back then, I used some of the contracts from Earth as a reference. When I received my armlets, I would also have to sign a series of Dear Contract Hero System User, I am your father contracts, guaranteed by the god of contracts, Womians. Not only could I not tell anyone about this, if I told anyone about this, it would cause a bad reputation effect, and I would even have to pay for it. I fell silent. Back then, when I drafted my own contract to fight for the throne, I used many classic contracts from Earth as reference. There really weren't any loopholes that I could take advantage of. However, my family business was quite large, and my expenses were quite high as well. I was quite unwilling to let such a large sum of money fly away, just like that. Actually, I have quite a good relationship with the higher-ups, especially the boss behind the justice point system. Perhaps I can have a chat with him. All right then, since I couldn't win against him in a contract, I might as well try a favor. Of course, I was quite familiar with the boss behind the justice point system. It was the entire Hades divine faction, including Womians, as well as all the related factions on the surface. The goddess of wealth was in charge of the finances, and Womians was the one who guaranteed authority. I could count myself as one of them as well, except that I didn't have to do anything and didn't receive any dividends. Actually, the boss behind the justice point system was the one who sent me here. His original words were, "Don't go overboard. I'll give you 200,000 justice points at most. That'll be enough for you to take what you want." Also, Her Highness Baena gave me her blessings. Don't go too overboard. I haven't even taken your commission yet. Cough if you go overboard, you know. Cough, cough, 200,000 it is. I interrupted her. First of all, I didn't even need to mention great God ALS understanding. If that petty goddess of wealth decided to hold a grudge against me, I didn't want to go through the experience of losing money every time I went out. I didn't know how I offended Baena, but the result was that I would lose money every time I went out and my house would always be robbed. I had to change my diet, and in the end, I discovered that eating other people's food wouldn't trigger the curse of the poor god. So I shamelessly began to eat and drink for free. In the end, I was so poor that I had to go to Barton's bar to eat and drink for free. I've already told you many times. You won't be cursed at all. You're just too unlucky. Shut up. Nonsense. I'm only temporarily cursed. There's still hope for my life. At most, I'll really give Baena some commission. I mean, I'll donate some to the goddess of wealth to change my luck. Didn't the goddess of wealth's church forbid you from entering? Ever since you spent half a year there, idling around, eating and drinking until the gods were enraged and sent down divine punishment. You're the first one. Cough, cough. Let's forget about my dark history. After the Battle of the Hades, I didn't have any pressure or responsibilities while I was roaming the mortal plane. I had the happiest days of my life. However, my personal life, which was independent from my organization, exposed my lack of wealth and ability to live. Yep, for the sake of living, I did some shameless things. But Harloise, why are you bringing up my dark history again? Don't you want the bonuses I get from buying cosmetics? I wasn't the only one who wanted to use my fate points to exchange for some treasures. Harloise and my system were also eyeing my wallet. They had already prepared how they were going to sweep me clean at the end of the year. Right, according to our new system, you've been evaluated as a level 7, level 4. Based on your usual achievements and faction preferences, you're also allowed to spend money here. I wasn't surprised that I had such a high evaluation, although I indeed hadn't reached semi-god rank yet. Just my forbidden spells alone were far more destructive than the so-called gods. I chuckled when I heard that I could spend money here. I can spend money here? Give me another 100,000. The fairies wouldn't be like the gnomes who could spend money here and there. Of course, it would be a waste not to take out an interest-free loan. Your limit is 1,000 fate points. All right then, in the end, I still ended up with 21,000 fate points. So I had already been seen through by others. But even though this was a small amount of fate points, it was still a tremendous amount of wealth. At the time, I only had a bounty of 50,000 fate points. Perhaps it wouldn't be enough to exchange for a custom-made god equipment. It wasn't on the list. But it would be more than enough to purchase the items I desperately needed. Dusk fruits that are 5 years old. I recall that they're worth 500 fate points each. Let's exchange for 100 of them first. Even if it's a double diamond bloodline, that damned bloodline should be able to reach adulthood or even enter the prime of its life after 500 years. Also, help me check my inventory of ancient sword saints' martial arts manuals. I want to focus on ice magic. Spending money was always fun. My wallet would always become empty without me realizing it, especially since my shopping cart was already filled to the brim when I didn't have enough money to pay for it. Now that I had money in my account, I spent nearly 100,000 fate points to purchase dusk fruits, magical martial arts manuals that I personally needed, and so on. I wasn't trying to be frugal with the remaining fate points. Converting resources into actual combat strength as quickly as possible was my top priority. It was just that the items that I wanted would require time to gather. I would either purchase them from the national treasuries of the mortal plane or trade them with other gods. Right now, I could only purchase the treasures that were already in storage. At this moment, the airship fleet suddenly stopped and looked out the window. Finally, the sky was no longer covered in ice and snow. For the elves, the cruel migration had only just begun. Chapter 651. The Carrot Plains were currently a scene of winter desolation. The plains were already yellow and withered. Wolf packs were roaming the area in search of food. It was even possible to hear the roars of beasts nearby. However, compared to the glaciers that filled the sky not long ago, this place seemed like heaven. Not far behind us was the Hurrit snow mountain. When we turned around, we could see that the walls of ice pierced the clouds. It was impossible to see the end of the snow-covered mountain. Meanwhile, on the plains, the elves formed a grand caravan that slowly but resolutely advanced northward. Most of the elves had to walk. This grand caravan moved incredibly slowly. There weren't many horse carriages or large bird carriages. They were either heavily injured or filled with medicine, food, and other supplies. Ordinary lifeless items could still be stored in Yongya City. However, food and supplies that were meant to be eaten would likely transform into the undead if they were corroded by negative energy. Occasionally, there would be lightly injured people or children who were unable to walk anymore. They would be dragged away by others. Faint sounds of crying could be heard from the caravan. Perhaps this was because the survivors had been numbed by fear and despair. Now that they were finally in a safe area, they couldn't help but feel the pain of losing their homes and loved ones. Even though the airship fleet was slowly advancing in the sky, and cannons were already chasing away any wild beasts that approached the caravan, the elves' flying horses and hippogriffs' night were still flying in the clouds. Even though these flying hippogriffs and their mounts were all injured, perhaps they wanted to find some work to do so that they wouldn't think too much and drown in sorrow and despair. Perhaps the destruction of the elven gods would be something that all species in the mortal plane would love to see. It would also be the best choice for the elves who remained in the mortal plane. However, for the ordinary elves, it was meaningless to look too far ahead. They were nothing more than war refugees who had just lost their homes and kin. They were only crying because they had lost everything in the past. The entire caravan was faintly enveloped in a gray, sorrowful atmosphere. Endless sounds of crying and sighing could be heard. However, we had no intentions of interfering. If we couldn't release our sorrow, it would only become even more trouble in the future. Perhaps the demons had already completed their first goal, or perhaps the elven gods were unexpectedly perfect sacrifices, or perhaps the demon wave was far more chaotic than we had expected. But soon, the fairies' latest battle report told us the truth. The greedy demon wave was currently enjoying a new prey. The Devon dukedom has been destroyed in just one day. More accurately speaking, it took 18 hours and 40 minutes for the demon wave to cross the border to Nades, breaking through the capital's gates. Although Nades was only a small country with 3 cities and a population of nearly 1 million, it was indeed destroyed far faster than expected. It would seem that even after the elves were exhausted, the demon wave and Donades were still far beyond what any ordinary small country would be capable of dealing with. And if I recalled correctly, that country had rejected our previous request to travel to Donades in order to avoid bringing trouble upon themselves. However, the result was the same. I lay on the bed, trying to focus on the view outside the window. But is there any new intelligence or government affairs that need to be handled? Is there any news about the demon abyss in the north? There's no new news from the northern lands, but probably because of the outbreak of war, the average price of winter grain inland has increased by 30% in just 2 days. The noise in my ears and the passionate gazes made me reluctantly give up on ignoring the other people in the room and focus on hiding. Renee, can't you just let the patient have a good rest? I was currently lying in the Borealis medical room, still unable to move. The room was filled with the smell of medicinal herbs and alchemy pills, which were used to replenish the energy I had expended after casting a forbidden spell, compared to the holy light, which was even more draining on one's life force. I preferred natural treatments that were slow to take effect, but didn't have any side effects. Meanwhile, the bandage therapy, which was infused with mana recovery potions, was a secret technique for healing mana overdraft. The small medical room was actually already filled with work desks. Renee unceremoniously chose to work here. Her concubine, Ivy Marceau from the Swallow Federation, was also here to handle government affairs. Early in the morning, Renee had brought her government team here to work. Considering how she was more hardworking than I was, but her work style was limited, it was likely that she was trying to find someone to shift the blame to. I know that you're very busy. Go to your captain's room. What's the meaning of disturbing a patient's rest? Even if you tied yourself up like a mummy, that doesn't mean that you're truly injured. The doctor said that you're completely capable of handling government affairs. If you have the time to read a mechanical repair manual, why don't you do something else instead? For instance, give us some advice. By the way, you're reading that dwarven mechanical repair manual upside down. I hurriedly flipped the manual over, but the little girl giggled secretly, telling me that I had accidentally been tricked. That's right. How could I possibly understand engineering? Although I knew some dwarven language, I wouldn't be able to understand a mechanical repair manual that was filled with engineering terms. I was pretending to be focused on reading the manual, only to find an excuse to refuse to do any work. I helplessly tossed aside the manual. It would indeed be quite unsightly for me to continue at this point. Yet, I still muttered something under my breath. You've all done well these past few years. You've long since become independent. Why do you still need old bones like us? We should have retired long ago. My complaints weren't drowned out. Renee directly shook her head when she heard me. At the very least, you should know about the recent changes in the Northlands. Also, you're a true prophet. It would be such a waste if I didn't squeeze you a little. Ask you a little. Prophet? Oh, so I had been taken seriously when I tricked the Gentleman Alliance back in the day. Still, in a way, I did indeed have the ability to predict history. However, history had changed so much already that there weren't many things that could be predicted anymore. Don't count on me too much, especially when it's something related to the Northlands. Prophecies aren't real at all as long as they involve the prophet's own actions. I'm too deeply involved with the Northlands. Even I can't tell you anything. This wasn't pure nonsense. The history of the Northlands' holy war back in the day was far more pitiful than it was now. Without me and Cavendish, the Mist Kingdom wouldn't have been revived, nor would the Mist Alliance have been established. After the ancient Mist Kingdom was destroyed, the strongest beastmen in the Northlands directly occupied that land. 300 years was more than enough for the beastmen to completely occupy the Northlands. They cooperated with the underground to counterattack and defeat the Northlands' moon kingdom of the elves. In fact, they even received historical praise for the beastmen's revival. It wasn't until the demons swept through the entire mortal plane that the Northlands' beastmen's final glory days were ended. I wasn't lying. The historical development of the Northlands had far too much to do with me. It had long since changed beyond recognition. So what could I possibly prophesize? Perhaps it was because my believe it or not believe it won't work. You can prophesize others, but you can't prophesize yourself sounded too much like a wandering fortune teller on the streets. The little girl from the Swolo Federation immediately laughed out loud. Her smiling expression made it obvious that she didn't believe me at all. However, Renee trusted me far too much as usual. When she heard that my refusal wasn't very firm, she giggled and took advantage of the situation. Then that means you've agreed to help us. Katie, continue with your report. And so, that middle-aged government official with a pockmarked face continued his report. The increase in winter grain prices has exceeded the danger level of 30% in just a few short days. There's already a panic buying frenzy within the Mist Alliance. The Mist Alliance's logistics department head's opinion is that we still have plenty of food reserves, and that all the countries should open up their national coffers to balance the prices of food in order to calm everyone down. Although the current Mist Alliance was an alliance composed of several dozen countries, the people of the Mist were far too important. Renee's words carried tremendous weight. Even if all the countries had already reached a consensus, they would still have to rely on this uncrowned ruler to make the final decision. I've checked the data on the food reserves. Based on the current consumption rate, it should be no problem for us to harvest next autumn. Ivy Marceau's father was the Swolo Federation's Member of Parliament. Ivy Marceau had been raised to be the descendant of a politician since she was young. Now, she was helping Renee deal with government affairs with the status of a concubine. She was doing her best, seeing that everyone was nodding in agreement, and that Renee was about to agree as well. I finally couldn't bear to watch any longer. Don't even talk about producing food now. We should open up all the warehouses and do our best to harvest food. The moment I said this, I overturned the government decree that was about to be made. All the government officials in the room looked at me with obvious dissatisfaction and displeasure. Perhaps it was because I was in front of the emperor that they didn't immediately retort. If my inference is correct, food prices are going to skyrocket for a long period of time. Haven't you all seen the latest news? San Antonio, the #1 food exporter in all of Ike, has been dragged into the holy war. As long as San Antonio's emperor doesn't have a screw loose in his head, next year's food exports will be greatly reduced, even if not zero. It's only natural that food prices will skyrocket. The San Antonio Empire occupied what used to be the beastmen's holy land of origin. It was said that any wheat that was scattered there would be harvested the next year in the Golden Plains. Not only would the San Antonio Empire produce enough food every year, the surplus would naturally be exported. Even if the Holy War wouldn't affect San Antonio's food production areas, the San Antonio Empire's agricultural exporting countries would have an excess of food reserves even if they had enough food for themselves. It was only natural that San Antonio's food exports would be greatly reduced in the coming year. We've already considered this. However, most of our food imports are from the Bardi Empire and the Ottoman Empire. Even if food prices are affected, that's within expectations. We can deal with it. As Renee's chief support officer, Ivy, who had a special status, didn't even try to hide her dissatisfaction with my judgment. Judging from the other government officials' expressions, they all agreed with Ivy's judgment as well. I was rendered speechless. It wasn't that I was convinced. It was that I didn't know how to explain how evil humans were, how unscrupulous merchants would eat people, and how a large number of unscrupulous merchants were waiting to profit from war and national disasters. It was also difficult to explain that no matter how much they predicted the Holy War, they had all underestimated the Holy War's intensity and duration. As long as the Holy War dragged on, food prices would naturally multiply. Although the Northlands now had several excellent cold-resistant crops, thanks to Amelia's assistance, when considering the Northlands' weather and barren land, as well as the rapidly increasing population after the Mist Alliance was established, there would still be a significant food shortage every year, even though the Northlands had been promoting cold-resistant crops. Of course, this was something that could be solved. The cold-resistant wheat that Amelia had chosen in the end looked rather similar to piranha flowers and tasted rather strange and earthy, but it wasn't a magical plant. It was harmless and wouldn't kill anyone who ate it. Although the planting conditions in the Northlands were too poor, there was plenty of uncultivated land and labor in the Northlands. As long as the planting area increased and the food production increased, it would be possible to reach a balance. The rich who disliked the monotonous taste and imbalanced nutrition would naturally be able to purchase food from other places. For the Mist Alliance's officials, being picky about food was far too extravagant. It was already a tremendous achievement in history that the Northlands' barren lands didn't starve to death. Everyone knew that this was a major event. For the past 8 years, the number of young people who applied to become farmers was the greatest honor. The number of fields around the cities had increased exponentially, and the Northlands' food production had increased exponentially as well. It was precisely this exponential increase in food production that caused the Northlands officials to misjudge the future. They felt that as long as the Northlands' food supply could be maintained for a while, they would be able to reach a balance. However, I knew that the Holy War wouldn't give them an easy time. As long as the Mist Alliance required food imports, the Northlands countries would need to stockpile food on a large scale. Perhaps when the Holy War reached its climax, there wouldn't be any food on the international market anymore. I fell silent for a moment as I organized my words. How can you guarantee that the Bardi Empire and the Ottoman Empire won't get involved in the Holy War in the coming year? How is that possible? Ivy stopped mid-sentence in surprise. She wanted to say that common sense didn't allow for such a coincidence, but then she recalled that nobody would be able to guarantee such a thing. Nobody would be able to predict the Holy War's progress. Besides, perhaps you haven't experienced the chaos of a world war before. In such a situation, if a grain-producing country has a problem, it'll have a psychological impact on the entire international food market. Other countries will start purchasing food instead of exporting it. It's quite predictable that the international food price will increase. In fact, it's even possible that there's no market for food even if there's a price. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that it was possible. There were no international organizations in this world that could maintain the balance of the world. If those international merchants and agents with country backgrounds really started to increase the price of food, it was quite possible that food would become even more expensive than gold. Yet, then it's decided, this year we'll purchase food instead of selling it. Renee made her decision quite directly. However, Ivy became anxious. But there's a shortage of food in the domestic food market. The lack of winter food will affect people's morale and cause panic. Renee looked towards me, and I shrugged. I was quite skilled at dealing with such things, but it definitely wouldn't be something that would ensure peace and prosperity. Would you believe that the price will increase by 30% in 2 days without any unscrupulous merchants selling their goods? Just search all of those unscrupulous merchants and take out all of their stored goods to balance the prices. Right? If it's difficult for you to deal with this, just leave it to the dark elves. They're all experts, and I guarantee that they'll be able to catch anyone they want. If they catch any one of them, they'll even explain everything to their ancestors. Obviously, this wasn't a normal method of dealing with such a situation. Casually searching the properties of wealthy merchants would only cause the merchants to panic. Perhaps the merchants would choose to relocate and transfer their wealth, which would cause endless problems in the long run. However, it's already wartime. Using peacetime methods will only cause those unscrupulous merchants to look down on you. Killing a chicken to warn the monkeys is better than constantly causing trouble in the future. The feudal era is so convenient. You don't even need to find evidence when searching for property. My overly intense method of dealing with the situation caused Renee to nod as if she understood something. She knew that I wasn't a bloodthirsty person. In fact, it could even be said that I was tired of killing. However, there was naturally a reason why I was using such an extreme method at such a time. She could guess some of it as well. The Northlands will also face war. Since this was a time of war, it was understandable that I would be using such an extreme method. I laughed at Renee's question. She was still too young and underestimated the holy war that was about to engulf the entire mortal plane. No, it's not that the Northlands is about to face war. It's that the entire world is already at war. Every species, every country, every region, and every individual will be able to face the test of war. You die, perhaps I die, or perhaps we both die in the final holy war. Since I had already said something so shocking, I didn't care about their reactions. It didn't matter if they believed me or treated me as nonsense. However, since I had already said it, I was rather interested. Brat, continue reporting. Let me see how you juniors are doing. Chapter 652. The small infirmary had now been transformed into an administrative office. Most of the time I only listened in. It had been so many years since I left the Northlands, and I was still rather unfamiliar with the new Mist Alliance. It would obviously be foolish to casually give my opinion on something I wasn't sure about. However, the more I listened, the more I frowned. The problem of winter grain was not a big one, but it was not a small one either. Even if they made a mistake this time, they could make up for it when they realized that the situation was not right. Even if they had to work harder next year, and the treasury would be empty for a period of time, it would not create an impression that they could not make up for it. But what made me feel like something was off was a certain concept that was gradually accepted by the Northlanders. There's nothing to be afraid of in the Holy War. We'll be victorious in a few years. If a person's life was too smooth, they would naturally become filled with confidence. If a country's life was too smooth, its citizens would also become overly optimistic. For the past 8 years, the Mist Alliance had indeed been having far too smooth of a time. It had gone from being a fringe faction to becoming the center of attention at an astonishing speed. It was understandable that it would be overly optimistic. People always like to compare the past in order to emphasize their current advantages. Some optimists believed that humans had been able to deal with the last holy war with metal weapons. Holy light, magic, and other supernatural powers were incredibly rare in human society. But now, not only did we surpass the elves in magic, we even had new technology and a tremendous population. This was basically using magical engineering technology to fight against primitive humans. How could we possibly lose? No matter how much those superiors emphasized the cruelty of the holy war, they would always slack off in their hearts. In fact, even those superiors who emphasized the cruelty of the holy war weren't really vigilant. As for me, the holy war is easy to deal with. Could it be done in a few years? This is the final holy war, a final battle to the death without any rules. It's highly likely that it won't end even after several decades or centuries. Perhaps there won't even be a final victor. Perhaps every single resident of the mortal plane will be at war every single day after the demon wave begins. Perhaps the children of the future won't even know what peace is. This was no exaggeration. In the game's history, before the Mana Tide broke out and the world was destroyed, countless planes and all of Aichi were burning in flames. It was an eternal war with no hope, an endless night without dawn. Once the restrictions of the abyss were lifted, no one could predict what the final eruption would be like. Perhaps some people would say that the Chaos Abyss only had 12 main god-level existences, and that the difference between them wasn't that obvious. However, the truth was that the Chaos Abyss was where the countless losers of the eternal holy war ended up. Nobody knew what else was hidden there. Not to mention others. Even the original main god-level sun god and the most ancient demon who invented death magic weren't on the list of the 12 main gods. However, I reckon that their actual power levels might even surpass several of the main gods. The endless Chaos Abyss represented endless dimensions and countless losers. Once all restrictions were removed, all losers would have a chance to become victors. Just thinking about what would happen in the end was frightening. Indeed, the mortal plane was one of the most fertile planes blessed by the gods. But if the innumerable mortal planes started to invade the mortal plane at the same time, I had no confidence in how long the mortal plane would be able to last. That was why my general strategy, from the very start, had been to defend my country and contact our allies. We would first survive for a period of time when the Chaos Abyss was strong, and then develop our technology and warriors during this difficult time. Only then would we plan a counterattack. But judging from the current situation, these youngsters probably wanted to fight a painful battle against the Chaos Abyss. The number of youngsters joining the army this year has already exceeded our expectations. The various countries' armies have decided to open up an additional 20 combat squads. That means that the number of people who volunteered to join the army has already exceeded our expectations by nearly 100,000. Although the young government official before me seemed fatigued, his face was glowing red. He was also quite excited as he spoke, as if he was excited about the excellent situation in the country. Indeed, when a country was about to face a war, the youngsters of the country would still enthusiastically join the army. Apart from proving the citizens' trust in the country, it also meant that the citizens believed that joining the army was a good path. The youngsters who desired to become warriors believed that they and their country would survive this crisis, and that they would obtain glory and benefits from the war. At such a time, I wouldn't be so tactless as to say, "Are these children so eager to die?" Since the cruel test was right in front of us, it was better to be a bit more confident. Even if it was overconfidence, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. As a veteran mastermind behind the scenes, rather than telling the citizens about the harsh reality and causing panic and distrust, it would be better to transform this blind confidence into something beneficial, and then think of a way to obtain victory, even if they would still have to face the cruel reality in the end. At the very least, they would be able to confidently survive through this difficult period, which would already be worth it. However, the citizens could be overly optimistic, and the young soldiers could be overly optimistic. However, the government leaders and military commanders definitely couldn't be overly optimistic. The more important it was to remain clear-headed during critical periods. Overly optimistic attitudes could lead to overly optimistic assumptions about the situation, and a single wrong policy could lead to a series of problems. It seems that I need to gather all these people together and give them a scare. Renee was all smiles when she heard that the situation in the country was excellent. She kept nodding and glancing at me proudly from time to time, as if she was bragging about her achievements, saying, "I did quite well, didn't I?" I also smiled and nodded, as if I was praising her. However, I was actually rather displeased. Forget about everyone else, but you understand demons so well, yet you're still so optimistic despite being a leader? It seems that you really need to be taught a lesson. Let's start with being a politician and ensure that you don't reveal your true emotions at all times. In that case, let's start with drinking 100% strong chili water and maintaining a smile. My mind was filled with vicious schemes, yet the more I smiled, the happier I became. The atmosphere in the room was quite peaceful, as if I also felt that the situation was excellent. You haven't told Renee about the future either, have you? In fact, you haven't even told me about it. Harlouis' words surprised me. In that case, I indeed hadn't shared any detailed information about the future with anyone else. In that case, I couldn't blame Renee for being overly optimistic. I haven't told her about it, but I've always been doing it. If I'm truly outstanding, she should be able to see my expectations for the future from my actions. Don't make things difficult for me. Who can possibly guess what an old fox like you is thinking? I'm only barely able to guess your plans because I know your predictions. Are you intending to give up on the continent and defend the Northlands? Being so pessimistic and passive isn't your style. Harlouis' words echoed in my ears. I looked at Renee and smiled as she nodded. As expected, she giggled foolishly. Only then did I reply to Harlouis through our soul connection. Yes, but how did you know? The undead Shilua Empire is moving northwards. The Church of Law is moving northwards. The Dark Elves and Dragon City are also beginning to move northwards. The Goddess of Wealth and the other Hades are also beginning to move northwards. This should be your suggestion, right? I nodded again. Renee was giggling foolishly again, while Ivy was glaring at me. When had I ever offended her? Since the demon wave had arrived, things would develop as I expected. Perhaps it was time for me to draw out my blueprint for the future. Chapter 653. My script? In front of the tides of the chaos abyss, unite all the countries and form an unbreakable alliance, exchange technology and resources with each other, and step into a new era of great development in magic and magical engineering. Finally, we'll be ahead of the entire generation in terms of technology, creating a wave of revolution that will chase the chaos abyss back to where it came from. Fine, I admit that all of that was nonsense. I had mentioned this a long time ago, and this was what I had always believed as well. In the tides of changing times, individual power was minuscule. In fact, it could even be said that individual power was ignored. All I can do is plant some seeds, and then pray that these seeds will grow into towering trees that will change some of the pitiful futures. I risked everything for the rise of the Hades faction, but that didn't mean that the Hades faction would be able to directly fight against the Chaos Abyss. It was just that the existence of the Hades prevented the goddesses of chaos and chaos from waking up. As for everything else, I'd never even considered that. When you're about to be expelled from school, will you consider what you're going to do for homework tomorrow? Perhaps that wasn't an appropriate analogy, so let's change it to when you're certain that you're going to be sent to the guillotine tomorrow, will you care about what you're going to have for dinner tonight? Although I'm experienced in dying, so I'll probably care about whether or not there's going to be meat for dinner. Most people will probably be too nervous to eat. Cough. I couldn't blame myself for not being able to see far into the future. Originally, creating the Hades faction and breaking the creator goddesses' monopoly on the cycle of reincarnation was already an impossible miracle. Now that I and the Chaos Abyss had truly achieved this, I finally had the time to look at the new future that we had grasped after our initial excitement and confusion. The worst-case scenario of total annihilation has indeed changed, but the difference in power between the Chaos Abyss and the Chaos Abyss hasn't changed at all. Due to Cynthia's divine concealment, the Chaos Abyss without any restrictions will be far more difficult to deal with than in the game's history, although the general trend of history sounded quite scary, It was actually just the difference in power level between the Chaos Abyss and the Chaos Abyss. For example, if there were no other objective factors and there was a burly, fully armed man bullying an unarmed, skinny boy, no matter what he did, he would still end up being beaten to the ground due to the massive difference in size. This was the so-called general trend. But now the Chaos faction was dealing with that large man, while the HE plane was dealing with that skinny brat. Not only that, skinny brat was still scheming against each other and didn't even take his opponent seriously. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed that Roland would be beaten to the ground. In the game's history, in the early stages of the Holy War, the Order faction was beaten to the ground by the Chaos faction. In the middle stages, the Order faction was still beaten to the ground. In the later stages, the Order faction also got used to being beaten to the ground. War was the embodiment of overall strength. The fact that every Chaos faction citizen was a soldier meant that the Chaos faction's new magical engineering technology was indeed a lifesaver for the Chaos faction. However, it would still take time for it to grow into a towering tree. Since the overall combat strength of the Chaos faction and the Chaos faction hadn't fundamentally changed, no matter how one looked at it, the Chaos faction and the Chaos faction would still end up being beaten to a pulp in the early stages of the Holy War. Defending and counterattacking, war of attrition, traveling behind enemy lines, trading space for time, all these so-called strategies sounded quite impressive. But the premise was that the Chaos faction wouldn't be able to defeat the Chaos faction head-on. These were all methods that had no other solution. It wasn't as if the HE plane had no chance of victory. Their magical engineering technology, as well as their many years of accumulation and potential as the ruler of the Chaos faction, would gradually show their true potential in the later stages of the Holy War. In the game's history, countless heroes had appeared. However, in the early stages of the Holy War, most people would be woken up by the cruel reality of the Chaos faction. They would be terrified and would be willing to risk everything to participate in this life-and-death battle. I was no saint. I didn't have the ability to create something out of nothing. So-called strategies and schemes were ultimately still based on how one played chess pieces, how one scammed and scammed outside the chessboard. When the difference in chess pieces between two sides was so great that it was impossible to play, and when the Chaos faction directly crushed the Chaos faction, no matter how hard one thought, rather than thinking about how to defeat the Chaos faction's legendary opponent, it would be far more practical to think about how to lose as little as possible. That way, they would be able to preserve as many seeds as possible for the Chaos faction's counterattack. The Northlands will band together and survive the winter together until the entire Ike continent enters its counterattack period. If there's no counterattack period, then we'll just persevere for as long as we can. It was extremely passive and short-sighted. In fact, if I said it out loud right now, people would think that I was a coward. Yet this was the strategy that I had chosen in the end, as I had always liked to create opportunities for myself. Even though I'm clearly the weaker side, I'm still going all out to attack the Chaos faction. But after the fun is over, I'll probably just have to type GG. Facing the Chaos faction's opponent in a location of their own choosing is the most basic strategy. As an experienced mastermind behind the scenes, I didn't need to mention my strategy that would definitely be criticized and attacked. All I needed to do was make preparations and wait for the Ike continent's situation to worsen. The Northlanders would naturally make the decision I wanted them to make. In my opinion, choosing the Northlands as the final base of operations was indeed the best choice. Perhaps this was a barren land, the border of the entire world. However, the other side of being barren and marginalized was that before other rich lands were snatched and occupied, no one would be interested in this remote and desolate land, especially when the Northlands were not easy to conquer. Perhaps this was a land of ice and snow in the far north. Since the great majority of Chaos Abyss demons were born with the fire element and were resistant to fire, this land of ice would be the best natural barrier. No living creature would have an easy time in this land of ice. The low temperature would bring a series of problems for physical creatures. Only the undead would be able to display extraordinary combat strength here. The moment we encountered a demon army, the ice and snow of the Northlands would become our natural ally. Besides, this wasn't like 8 years ago. It wasn't as if there was nothing here. The Northlands was no longer the borderland it had been 8 years ago. Allying with the Northlands' kingdom of the elves meant that rich plains and forests had been integrated into the Northlands. Allying with the Northlands' beastmen also meant that the Northlands now had powerful ice resources and combat potential. Allying with the underground meant that it would be impossible to cut off the Northlands' connection to the outside world. And the Shilua Empire's northward migration gave the Northlands the foundational strength of a mega-empire. The Shilua Empire, the Underground, and the People of the Mist were now the iron triangle of the Northlands' Mist Alliance. This triangular alliance wasn't just for military and political reasons. When large numbers of gray dwarves and goblin craftsmen entered the Northlands, magical and ordinary ores had already been mined in large amounts. And with the Shilua Empire's participation, the Northlands' enchantment and industrial development greatly improved. Plus, the Northlands was the birthplace of magical engineering technology. Every year, the Northlands' arms trade would attract the attention of the entire world. The various Hades faction churches entering the Northlands meant that the gods were taking care of the Northlands. In this world, this also meant that there would be stable divine concepts and high-level job class members. This also meant that the Northlands would have powerful high-level combat strength, as well as the people's stability. The Northlands' human kingdoms alone were nothing more than border residents. The underground factions alone were only powerful overlords for a time. The Northlands' elves alone were nothing more than turtles that lacked courage and initiative. The Northlands' beastmen alone were nothing more than injured beasts with broken teeth and ambitions. The undead alone were nothing more than the entire world's common enemy of the living. But when we all allied together, we complemented each other's weaknesses. A mega-faction capable of sustaining itself was gradually maturing and rising. Some things were obvious. Perhaps it was because the Mist Alliance's situation had been far too good over the past few years. Now that other countries were beginning to show respect to the Northlands' winter wolves, the Mist Alliance's citizens and higher-ups were indeed feeling rather smug. But once war broke out and the mega-countries in Ike entered a bitter battle, all the Northlands factions would band together for warmth. Everything would develop exactly as I had described. The entire Northlands will be separated from the rest of the world and become a gigantic fortress of ice and snow. The moment we're invaded, this endless land of ice and snow will become a natural city wall. Powerful industries and magical industries will transform into potential for war. Northlanders who don't fear death will be the best warriors in all of Aichi. The Mist War flag represents the guarded land that will become the Chaos Abyss's nightmare. Not only that, there were many other factors that the world didn't understand in this familiar land that I could make use of. These factors would increase the chances of victory in defensive battles, as well as deal with the gods who overstepped their boundaries. Of course, there were still many deficiencies in this land. The most obvious one was the lack of food. The humans didn't even have enough food for themselves. The Northlands' beastmen didn't even have enough food for themselves by hunting. The elves had food, but it was likely that they wouldn't even have enough food for themselves. The underground's top-quality food had always been a valuable strategic resource. The specialty was all sorts of mushrooms that didn't require sunlight. As for the undead, I should probably forget about it. Even if I tried to promote new crops in the Northlands, the land was too barren, and the yield per moo wouldn't increase. Self-sufficiency would definitely take some time. Even I wanted to go to the nature faction and kidnap more droll and wood elves. I did tell Amelia that I wanted to move some wood spirits here, but she unhesitatingly refused. The reason was that this land was far too cold and barren. Magical forests and magical plants hated this type of land the most. Large numbers of magical plants would immediately go dormant in such an environment, and it would be difficult for their seeds to even germinate. It would be possible to try if there was a warm and fertile land. The Northlands elves' territory was perfect for the elves' requirements. I had sent people to investigate, but the problem was that the Northlands elves' territory was like spring all year round, forcefully created by magic arrays. The elven gods had also participated in this process. Now that the elven gods were finished, even if the balance of nature didn't collapse, they would definitely be unable to accept moving to a forest of dreams that required natural conditions. All right then, this problem was temporarily unsolvable. The only thing I could do was probably to use international trade to collect as much food as possible while it was still possible. The other problem was probably the population problem. The Northlands was quite vast. However, the natural environment was quite harsh, so most ordinary citizens chose to live in relatively safe and more medium or large cities. This was a typical example of a vast land with few people. Compared to the relatively safe mega-empires that had farms and villages everywhere, it was quite obvious that the Northlands lacked human resources. However, this problem was actually quite easy to solve. Or perhaps it should be said that it didn't need to be solved at all. As long as the war continued, a large number of refugees would naturally move to a relatively safe area. This was already proven by reality. The Mist Alliance's population was constantly increasing every year. Compared to dying in war, being slightly colder and poorer really wasn't a big deal at all. There was also the fact that the Mist Alliance's industries were far too weak. In this magical fantasy world, industries could be divided into two categories. One was the unnatural and magic-related industries, such as enchantments and alchemy. The other was blacksmithing and engineering industries. Magical industries required the accumulation of time and history. Skilled craftsmen required resources and good teachers. Even engineering equipment required large amounts of machinery and raw materials to produce. The Mist Alliance placed great importance on this aspect. However, it was obvious that this would require the accumulation of time and resources. Some technologies and magical secrets weren't for sale to begin with. Even if one had money, they wouldn't be able to buy them. Hopefully, the elves joining the Mist Alliance would be able to slightly improve these problems. It was also worth mentioning that many forest, dwarves, and elven craftsmen were in the Mist Alliance's caravan. Perhaps if they could devour the elves' most noble tribe of elves, which had accumulated over tens of thousands of years, they would be able to fundamentally improve these problems. The Mist Alliance had developed far too quickly. There were many internal problems, but the most critical ones were their low population, lack of food, and weak industries. However, these were all problems that could be solved. Of course, choosing to defend the borders didn't mean that the Mist Alliance would completely give up on the continent. A lone fortress would eventually be broken through. Only with external reinforcements would the Mist Alliance be safe. The Mist Alliance had an iron triangle. Actually, there was also an iron triangle alliance between the various countries. The Mist Alliance, Ottoman Empire, and Bardi Empire. These three countries were all powerful and had a solid foundation. Most importantly, they didn't have any conflicts of interest. In fact, they even complemented each other's interests. Not only that, they were all mega-empires that still had mobile forces to support their allies even in the face of war. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for the Ottoman Empire after experiencing such a long war with the Sea Tribe. The Ottoman Empire's industries had long since been prepared for war. The long war with the Sea Tribe had greatly improved their country's shipbuilding industry. The Ottoman Empire was already the world's leading shipbuilding industry to begin with. With China's help, the Ottoman Empire's shipbuilding industry had reached an unbelievable level. It was said that All-Ind was now able to launch 30 large airships and over 100 medium-sized airships every 2 years. As floating airship technology matured, it was only natural that these surface airships would be modified into floating airships. All-Ind already possessed the strongest and most numerous floating airship fleets in the entire world, even before the game's history. Moreover, It could be expected that, as long as the war did not end, the scale of this fleet would become even more ridiculous. Considering the wealth and national power accumulated over several generations, the quasi-mega empire Ottoman Empire had unknowingly become a true mega empire. These airships had also become the enforcers of the alliance between the three nations. The import and export of food, minerals, weapons, and ammunition were all dependent on them. This highly mobile fleet was also the most trustworthy reinforcement force. As an established mega empire, the Bardi Empire wasn't far behind either. After Dragon Knight, Archduke Halent, who was a descendant of dragons, became the Dragon Knight Emperor, the relationship between the dragons and the Bardi Empire became even better. This was a coincidence of the times, but it was also the result of the decision made by the wise in advance. Facing the Holy War, the surface dragons had to make a decision. They needed to ally with the surface factions to overcome this difficult time, and the Bardi Empire, which was also part of their species, became the best choice. The current Bardi Empire was fully supported by the dragons. Dragons could be seen in the sky at any time, and Helen himself had become the representative of the dragons. The foolish king's inconceivable choice of a new ruler had achieved an inconceivable success. Naturally, the Bardi Empire also obtained the strongest aerial strength in the world, an organized Dragon Knight squadron. Also, I heard from a secret source that the southern sect had obtained angel squadrons, angels and dragons. It was likely that the Bardi Empire's aerial strength would be the strongest in the alliance between the three countries. Of course, the Mist Alliance also had its own aerial strength. Due to Bardi's pitiful shipbuilding skills, the new Borealis airship fleet was indeed lacking in numbers compared to the Bardi Empire's airships. The young black dragons and red dragons were also inferior to the Bardi Empire's old dragons and ancient dragons. However, the Aurora Knight Frigid Maw was still the strongest human aerial knight squadron. As the ice elemental plane strengthened, their numbers also increased exponentially every year. However, these ice knights could only display their strongest combat strength in the snowy Northlands, which was indeed rather embarrassing. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing when it came to defensive warfare. Also, the Mist Alliance's strongest aerial strength wasn't their regular combat strength. Perhaps I, who was currently in the medical room, was also counted as one of the major countries' true combat strength after I cast my forbidden spell. The powerful aerial forces of the three countries could be said to stand at the peak of the entire human world. This was also the foundation for a strategic alliance to play a practical role. The alliance between a small country and a large country was only the rule of the strong over the weak. The three countries were powerful enough, and they could support each other in the air. This was the foundation for the mutual assistance agreement to be fulfilled. Internally, there was an iron triangle. Of course, with the addition of the Elven Empire, it would likely become an iron triangle. Externally, there was an agreement between the three countries to help each other and defend the Northlands for the future. I had already done everything that I could. If we still couldn't survive this calamity, then I had nothing more to say. Some things were laid out on the table, but some things were only left unwritten. However, Renee's marriage to Halent's younger sister was one of the most important parts of this strategy. In the era of the feudal dictatorship, what better way to express the closeness of the alliance than the marriage between the royal families? Marrying off his most beloved younger sister to a woman would mean that she wouldn't be able to enter the royal family's genealogy. Yet the Mega Empire Bardi was willing to do such a ridiculous and even humiliating thing. This doubtlessly displayed Bardi Emperor Halent's sincerity and determination towards the alliance. If it wasn't for the fact that the Ottoman royalty had been completely wiped out by that lone wolf emperor, and that Helen himself was infatuated with his own queen and refused to take any concubines, a marriage alliance with the Ottoman Empire would have been inevitable. Meanwhile, I was currently watching Renee and her concubine Ivy's harmonious interactions. Although I was smiling happily on the surface, I was actually scheming something in my mind. Marrying her will have no actual relationship with her, and there won't be any descendants. Yet, she won't be dissatisfied. René is truly amazing as a pretty boy. How about I arrange a few more political marriages for her? This seems to be a good thing for both the people and the people. Yep, for the sake of the people of the Mist and the Mist Alliance, I'll let her become a prince of 100 tribes. Chapter 654. Asalivis, or Osso's Land of Eternal Rest in Undead language. This area was famous for being the place where the first undead Emperor Osso had perished. 8 years later, this place gained another name, the Undead Capital. That year, Osso decisively sacrificed himself, and this place became a place connected to the Undead Plains. During the past 8 years, the Undead Plains, Bone Plain, Ice Plain, Desecration Plain, Blood Plain, Darkness Plain, and Death Mist Plain kept sending reinforcements to this place, gradually transforming it into the largest undead capital in the world. The entire area was now covered in the dimensional laws of death. Bone giants that were several hundred meters tall walked slowly on the plains, while gargoyles and bone dragons fought against each other in the sky. But actually, people didn't view this place as the most dangerous forbidden zone. In fact, from a certain standpoint, this place had even become a famous tourist attraction. That was because Asalivis had a lush green forest, as far as the eye could see. That forest was the main headquarters of the Silver Suns, the wood spirits who were incredibly popular in the mortal plane. Even outside of the forest, there were mountain-like, twin-headed treants patrolling the area. They wielded heaven-reaching sticks, and in the sky there were also bizarrely styled wooden battleships constantly flying back and forth. From a certain standpoint, these seemingly idle wild monsters were actually all at least at the master or legend rank. Both sides had fought against each other for so many years, but this battlefield had always been jokingly referred to as the newbies' village. Very few veteran contract heroes would choose to train here. The reason? Even though the intensity of the battle here wasn't that high, and it was rather suspicious that the battle was rigged. Actually, both sides were still hostile toward each other. It was just that no matter how many resources were invested in a battle that was impossible to win, it would be a waste. After the previous major battles, the situation had changed greatly. The wood spirits had already matured, and the Forest of Dreams was now impossible to break through. Asalivis was the most important entrance to the 6 undead plains, so the Tark Republic's powerful undead lords were willing to pay any price to protect it. It wasn't that no hero had tried to threaten Asalivis' safety, but in times of real danger, a tremendous number of high-level undead and powerful spells would be thrown out of the dimensional door. Since the undead emperors were determined to protect this dimensional door at all costs, forceful invasions were viewed as impossible. And even if they managed to clear out all the undead and undead in the dimensional door, it would be impossible to close the dimensional door with Asalivis' life. Naturally, nobody wanted to fight a battle where there was no progress. The Tark Republic would never be able to recover before the day of destiny. The undead were also patiently waiting. Most of the wood spirits' combat strength was gathered at Nitrain Fortress, where Barty was fighting. After all, compared to the wood spirits, who had no ability to expand, the humans in the mortal plane were the wood spirits' true enemies. But as the Barty Empire continued to grow stronger, especially with the addition of the dragons and the rise of the southern sect, the undead who lacked top-level combat strength were actually gradually being suppressed. The Barty Empire was only able to firmly block the undead from advancing north. That was because everyone knew that before the undead emperors truly descended, fighting the undead to the death would be meaningless. There was no limit to the undead in the undead plains. But on the other hand, the Barty Empire was having quite a headache. In the second battlefield, the undead achieved a series of accomplishments. The Death Council and other evil cultists spread like wildfire. The allure of eternal life was not only effective on nobles who feared death, it was also very attractive to commoners who were in pain and despair due to war, poverty, and other reasons. Do you fear death? Do you feel pain for life? Do you feel pain for your lack of power? Join us, and you'll receive a chance to change your fate. The Death Council's believers were probably experts in marketing. Nowadays, it was common to see such advertisements on the streets of every major city in the Bardi Empire. It had to be said that the Death Council was quite honest compared to the gods' untruthful preaching. Fear? The undead didn't know fear? Hunger? The undead didn't know hunger? Couldn't find a wife? The undead didn't need a wife. Cough, cough. That last one didn't count. It should be the person they loved was already dead? Let's change the method and let her live again. In an era of war, the most pitiful were the powerless commoners. When the strong lost their restraints, and when society's peaceful atmosphere was broken, powerlessness became a type of sin. Victims desired the power to take revenge. Ambitious people desired the power to improve themselves, and even ordinary commoners desired the power to protect themselves. But obtaining power wasn't so easy. Not to mention the fact that cultivating magic was basically a money-burning endeavor. Even cultivating martial arts required the teachings of a famous teacher and sufficient nutrition. And cultivating the path of the undead required only corpses to be used as raw materials and the bottom line of a normal person. And in an era of war, these two things were probably the least valuable of all. The reason why the Death Council was able to spread itself so quickly was because it had indeed given those who desired power a chance to quickly become powerful. In fact, in some places, commoners who used undead or dark magic to quickly become powerful received the same treatment as other powerful individuals. The path of undead, which had extremely low requirements for talent and wealth, actually began to become mainstream. Of course, it was impossible for Roland to escape responsibility for how things had developed to this point. The Northland's undead did everything they could to whitewash the undead's name and spread propaganda. Undead magic became more and more commonplace, and the fact that the undead and the living coexisted together. The Southern sect also did everything they could to smear the original Holy Light Church's teachings. This was one of the main reasons why the undead viewed the undead as enemies. Of course, there was also the Tark Republic and the Death Council's propaganda. All of these helped to dispel many people's resistance to the undead. On the other hand, with the establishment of the Hades, the new four main elemental planes met with great opportunities for development. Ice magic began to mutate, and the ice elemental plane was being constructed. Meanwhile, the power of death was also developing. At any rate, all of this more or less had something to do with Roland. Getting back to the main topic, on the day that the demon wave arrived, the dimensional restrictions on certain exiled families were lifted. The Bardi Empire finally had a chance to get rid of a major threat. Or, it would be more accurate to say that the major threat had been gotten rid of. Is this the taste of home? It's really. The person who sighed was a white-haired boy who had just walked out of a teleportation portal. He looked similar to a human in his infancy, but the moment he arrived in this world, he lowered his head and licked the ground. He then bit off a sturdy stone slab, making the sound of crushed stones being stirred. I'm so disgusted. There's the smell of the living everywhere. The strong aura of life is so close to me. Just what have you all been doing all these years? The white-haired boy spat out all the crushed stones in his mouth and raised his head. His white hair was as dull as fading snow. There was no black in his eyes, only a white cross burning fiercely in them. Even though this was the undead palace, and even though all the guests in the room were powerful undead lords, not a single person dared to directly look at the life-threatening soul fire. Your Majesty Shupness, your arrival has... A blood tribe prince went up to greet Shupness, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by the impatient ruler of the death fog dimension. Where are the others? Don't tell me they're not here yet. The blood tribe prince hurriedly gestured for Shupness to lead the way when he considered the fact that Shupness was infamous for his impatience. No, their majesties have all arrived. They're all waiting for your arrival. Shupness chuckled upon hearing this. All the undead lords knew that the undead witch emperor of the death-fog dimension hated waiting and being late. What he loved the most was having others wait for him. The blood tribe prince, who was supposed to receive Shupness, secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had informed the undead witch emperor of the death-fog dimension that the undead witch emperor was supposed to arrive one day later than the actual gathering time. Shupness, who was impatient and was used to arriving early, wouldn't have to wait for anyone. As the blood tribe prince, who was supposed to receive Shupness, the blood tribe prince wouldn't be angered by this hot-tempered undead emperor. Soon, in a small conference room, only one of the 5 seats at the table was empty. As Shupness arrived, the 5 undead emperors at the peak of the power of death gathered together in Asalivus. There was a sleepy old man, a white-haired boy who looked like he was still in elementary school, a white skeleton that was completely indistinguishable from an ordinary skeleton soldier, a young girl who was enjoying a red liquid in small mouthfuls, and a seemingly ordinary human. If I had to find something common about all the undead emperors, it would probably be that they all looked quite ordinary. Chapter 655. When I received the latest report that the Bardi Empire's Rainy Night Fortress was being viciously attacked by the undead army, I wasn't surprised at all. After all, this was within my expectations from the very start. When the demon wave truly arrived, that would mean that the Holy War's preliminary and probing battles would come to an end. What would come next would be a true direct battle. But when I heard that 5 undead emperors had appeared on the battlefield, everyone sucked in a cold breath. After all, there had only been one undead emperor known to the world for so many years. However, the Yongia calamity from back in the day had directly affected the entire world's population, causing all the undying and leaders of every species to remember this undead emperor's name. The more high-level existence understood undead magic, the more they would understand what it meant to become an undead emperor. The undead were born with incomplete souls, making it nearly impossible for them to reach the level of level 4. The most critical step would be to gather their own souls into a unique form of light. However, if even their souls were incomplete, it would theoretically be impossible for them to reach the level 4. And yet, there would always be some people capable of making the impossible possible. 5 Yongia level existences all at once? From a certain standpoint, this wasn't an overestimation, but rather an underestimation. In terms of pure power level on paper, I would be utterly defeated by any undead emperor. That was because I had the shortest amount of experience out of all the undead emperors. I was only a fraction of the other undead emperors. To determine an undead mage's power level, one would need to consider both the undead mage's army and the undead mage's personal combat strength. Even if these ancient undead emperors weren't the rulers of an entire undead plane, they would at least have occupied an entire undead plane. Their undead armies would be countless. If Aso led his army in a direct confrontation, it would be impossible for Roland to win. If conservation hadn't been in a hurry to enter the mortal plane and instead waited for the Holy War to begin, Roland would still have been unable to defeat Aso. Actually, even if conservation was by herself, Roland would still have been unable to defeat Aso's army if it weren't for the fact that she was restricted by her personal bug world. Due to the incomplete soul, it was probably the most difficult for the undead to reach the level of level 4. But breaking through to level 4 would mean that the undead would no longer be restricted by nature. In certain aspects, they would surpass the creator goddesses, so it would be impossible for them to not be strong. Roland was an expert at dissecting souls. Conservation had the unique understanding of energy fields in this world. Aso hadn't had a chance to use his expertise yet. However, these undead emperors were foundationally different from ordinary undead lords. They all had miraculous powers capable of turning the impossible into the possible. They did not choose to add fuel to the fire to gradually put pressure on the human frontline. Instead, they put in all their effort from the very beginning, appearing in the Battle of Nitraine Fortress at the same time. The end result was that the Bardi military suffered a major defeat. The Nitraine Fortress was lost and the 12 dragons and their dragon knight all died in one go. Currently, there were still several dozen newborn bone dragons hovering in the sky above Nitrane Fortress. The undead emperors still had the temperament of ancient undead lords. They had no habit of treating the living as their own kind. During the battle, they used many incredibly evil biochemical miasma, undead enslavement, and summoning spells. Then, they unhesitatingly used the forbidden spell Undead Calamity right after Nitrane Fortress fell, transforming a large number of civilians and captives into undead. The undead swarmed towards the next battlefield like a tidal wave. This was the undead's true, headache-inducing undead tactic. Although the undead hadn't put much thought into this tactic over the past millennia, it was fine as long as it was useful. There really wasn't any good way to deal with such a massive undead sea. Due to a certain undead emperor's interference, the Bardi people's physiques were generally inclined towards negative energy. Not only were they highly suitable for cultivating undead magic, they were also excellent undead resources. Many high-level undead and elite undead troops with intelligence appeared during the Undead Calamity, greatly increasing the undead army's quality. The undead planes were constantly sending reinforcements to the Bardi Empire. Whenever the next fortress fell, it would snowball, and the number of undead would naturally double. This instantly worsened situation shocked the entire Bardi Empire. Not only that, the 5 undead emperors all appeared together in a magnificent formation, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Undead calamities were something that would only increase in number and strength the more they fought, and the more difficult it would be to deal with. When the undead emperors truly gathered enough undead armies, the tremendous number of low-level undead would create a sufficient number of elite undead commanders. A sufficient number of undead would also mean that the undead emperors would have enough cannon fodder and experimental materials. Stronger undead creations would gradually appear, and the foundational undead would also be replaced. As the entire undead army evolved, it would be only natural for the situation to develop to a certain extent and sweep across the entire world. In the first month of the Holy War, the Bardi Empire was about to face its fiercest challenge. However, Bardi's situation wasn't the only one. San Antonio's front lines against the ogres and demons had also suffered tremendous setbacks. However, the ancient ogre's leader, Great Chieftain Merkin, had defeated the Holy Church and San Antonio's allied defensive line. Voodoo spears directly caused the entire city to sink into a light green swamp. The 4-meter-tall troll hero single-handedly destroyed the Holy Church's angel squadron and human rangers. Not a single one of them could stop him. Not only was he able to stand up to thousands by himself, many powerful individuals and countries that had underestimated the trolls were greatly astonished, and they also reevaluated the trolls' combat potential. Modern people might have already forgotten this name, but Merkin had once been a hero of the ancient ogre empire. After the strength he displayed was recorded, the fairies temporarily evaluated him as a 17-star superhuman. That was to say, even if this didn't prove that he was a main god, he was definitely not far from it. The ogres, who had allied themselves with the demons, also revealed their true strength. Unlike the exquisite elven magic, the ogres used their fervent will to summon the power of the elements. Large numbers of corrupted elemental creatures appeared on the battlefield, but the ogres were actually able to fuse with them, transforming into abnormal half-elemental half-creature monsters that didn't know fatigue, fear death, or pain. They were living meat grinders on the battlefield. It was obvious that the ogres' witchcraft and demonic magic had their own unique aspects that couldn't be understood by the current magical system. The ogre's attack also displayed the ogre's determination and foundational strength. They had the power to challenge the new generation's rulers and reclaim their past glory. However, the ogres' and undead's battles weren't the only battles. In the first month of the demon wave's arrival, all the powerful countries in Ike met their own opponents. Several hundred battles simultaneously broke out, and countless ancient artifacts crawled out from the trash heap of history. Meanwhile, the battles that were already in progress were even more intense. Battle reports arrived like snowflakes. It was as if the entire world had been set ablaze with the flames of war overnight. Then, did the Bardi Empire request reinforcements? Renee was becoming more and more outrageous. She was sending all sorts of government matters to me. Still, I was indeed rather interested in military matters. This would save me the trouble of searching for information myself. No. Halent is incredibly stubborn. Requesting reinforcements right from the start isn't the style of a major country. Besides, he has a lot of foundational strength. He won't lose so easily. His envoy just arrived. Would you like to have a chat with him? Just thinking about the Bardi Empire's frighteningly large territory and combat potential made it obvious that there would be plenty of time for this battle to take place. There was no need to be in such a hurry. Bardi's neighboring country was the mage country, which also had wood spirits. Even if the wood spirits requested reinforcements, they wouldn't come to the far north. Right? There was also the southern sect. They would be the true nemesis of the undead once they entered the battlefield. There would be no need for Bardi to request reinforcements at all. However, the southern sect had voluntarily sent a battle report and even sent an envoy to inform Bardi. They were acting like a model ally. This wasn't the style of a mega empire that was used to being domineering. They definitely had something they wanted from Bardi. That envoy mentioned the mystical holy light spell you used in the Sala Dukedom. He mentioned it twice, and it seemed to be intentional. Holy light spell? He's a priest from the southern sect? Yes. I understand now. Forbidden spells were far too powerful. An improved version of the seed of holy light wouldn't be able to escape the eyes and ears of the major empires. The southern sect was the original creator of the spell, but it was impossible for them to use such a powerful spell. Right now, this spell was indeed quite effective against the undead. It was time for them to change their method of obtaining assistance from me. It doesn't matter if I give them the spell model, since it's a prototype I obtained from them in the first place. They'll be able to create something similar if they spend some time. However, there are many reasons why my seed of holy light is so powerful. I have the elves' ancient tree of life as the medium for casting the spell, the mage towers buffs, archmages who are used to casting forbidden spells, and the god of holy light from the land of Hades and his god equipment. Apart from the mage towers and forbidden spell mages, the southern sect probably doesn't have anything else, although I said that it was only a convenient favor, so I had no intentions of refusing. As for what the southern sect ended up doing in the end, that didn't really matter to me. At a time like this, favors from major countries were quite valuable. Since the southern sect didn't intend to use official channels to embarrass themselves, the hush money would be quite expensive. I casually wrote down a list and gave it to the southern sect's ambassador. The courier would probably arrive soon, which would be even more convenient than online shopping. By the way, why haven't I seen those 2 women of yours in the past 2 days? I found it quite strange. Previously, whenever I saw Renee, there would always be at least one woman by her side, and she would always look at me strangely. I wasn't quite used to it now that I hadn't seen them for 2 days. Helen's been quite anxious for her country to meet with such great trouble. I'm telling her to go out and relax. As for Ivy, Ivy's been dealt quite a blow by you, so she's probably working overtime in the government office. Dealt a blow? Oh, I paused in surprise for a moment before I understood. Even San Antonio was being attacked by main gods, great gods, and demons. Their food production would definitely be affected. Not only that, they had received several hundred battle reports in just a few days. This directly shattered the southern sect's advisors' optimism about the future. They probably didn't even have the time to regret their decision. Right now, they were all busy looking for ways to collect food. Chapter 656. From a certain standpoint, it wasn't that the entire world was in chaos without any benefits. At the very least, our North Chien caravan's journey was now much smoother. The fastest way to become friends with other people or factions. Everyone's common enemy would just appear. In the past, bringing so many elves in and out of other countries' borders with floating airships as escorts was basically asking for trouble. Even if others didn't think that we were invaders, elven hunters would make things difficult for us along the way, which would be an endless source of trouble for us. It was normal for us to stop here and there. But now, our warnings had become reality. The Chaos Abyss was attacking us, causing all of human society to feel a mysterious sense of danger and nervousness. It was a small world. It was obviously better to be on good terms with a major North Qian country that didn't have any conflicts of interest with humans, especially one that was a major arms exporter. It was easy to deal with the Yama King, but difficult to deal with the little demons. That was because the Yama King didn't really care about anything. He didn't care about these visitors who came to visit him of their own volition. He didn't strictly supervise his subordinates or set up any rules of discipline. Now that they heard that the leader of the Mist Alliance, Lady Renee, was passing by, not only did they ask for permission to pass through, many domain lords along the way even came to greet them. Some tried to establish connections, some discussed arms deals, and so on. The elves were now able to witness the Mist Alliance's status in human society. Of course, an elf was a tremendous amount of wealth. In some people's eyes, this caravan was like bringing a mountain of gold with it. Even if we used a floating airship knight to escort us, there were still many who felt like they would be able to make a huge fortune. There were always all sorts of people following us. Black-clothed assassins would fly around during the day, and the thieves and spies could play mahjong on the rooftops or in the shadows. We could only helplessly send out black and red dragons to keep up appearances. They would occasionally roar and breathe fire at the sky. Not only that, these legendary beasts were far more convincing than iron airships to these unaffiliated people. That night, there were far fewer onlookers. As for those who protested that it was embarrassing for them to breathe fire at the sky like a monkey show and asked for higher salary, nobody paid any attention to them. Once we arrived at a sparsely populated area, there would always be people who wanted to try their luck at getting rich overnight. Some large mercenary groups would usually act as mercenaries, but at this time they would transform into bandits. It could be said that we had witnessed these lowly ambushing techniques. There were some who set up stalls to sell medicinal wine, some who dug up the main road to set up ambushes, and some who took advantage of the night to ambush us. The most interesting of all was that the two domain lords that we had been drinking and chatting with earlier had now become the most valuable captives of all the bandits we defeated. After the interrogation, they found out that he was a repeat offender. It was a taboo to be a lord during the day and a great bandit at night. If news of this got out, who would dare to live in such a territory? It was simply too shameful to be a lord like this. Not only would the lord's reputation take a hit, but even the king would be questioned. And so, we considerately wrote a sincere letter for the sake of these domain lord superiors, promising that we would keep this a secret for the sake of the noble's honor. The king of that country was quite moved, and sent a large amount of treasure and food to express his gratitude. Cough, cough, this was all consensual. How could this be called coercion? It was obviously voluntary work for the army. The entire mortal plane was currently in a special period of time where a storm was brewing. There were endless storms along the way. But since the human kingdoms were beginning to band together to protect each other, and since the escorting airships were quite strong, there weren't any major storms that could capsize the airships. Half a month had passed, and I was now barely able to get out of bed. Although I still didn't have any mana left, at least I didn't have to spend all day doing work. I could swear on my hard work that I had done at least 3 years' worth of work during this half month. So, I decided to think of a way to rest for another 3 years. I didn't intend on interfering with the Mist Alliance's administrative matters. Actually, they were doing quite well. A diligent administrative team with a stable and efficient administrative system would definitely be far more reliable than a genius who only came up with bad ideas. My main focus was still on the war in Ike and the Mist Alliance's preparations for war. After all, I was quite an expert in this area. However, I didn't pay much attention to the numerous battle reports that were enough to bury me alive. After all, it had nothing to do with me, so I could just ignore them. And for a long period of time, the number of battle reports would explosively increase. It would be enough for me to learn a little bit about these things that made me angry yet helpless. The only thing that attracted my interest, or perhaps the entire mortal plane's attention, was the battle between the Bardi Empire and the undead. 5 undead emperors had appeared together in a grand line-up. Their every action attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was waiting for the fairies' reports and evaluations. Unfortunately, the fairies' final report was rather disappointing. All the undead emperors are rated at least 5 stars? They're just going to fool us like that? The next report I received was far too disappointing. The fairies' information was far too vague. Such an evaluation only meant that the undead emperors were definitely stronger than low gods. However, everyone knew that the undead emperors were even stronger than low gods, so such an evaluation was basically the same as saying nothing. But when the actual battle reports came out, I knew that I couldn't blame the fairies. I could only blame the slyness of the ancient undead. The undead emperors hadn't displayed any special traits or rare abilities during the battle. All they had done was continuously summon undead in a large area, and then use some normal negative energy undead magic attacks. At their most impressive, they could summon several hundred times more undead than an ordinary undead lord with a wave of their hand. Negative energy attack magic, such as Death's Finger, could be used as meteors to smash cities. Everyone knew that the undead emperors were dangerous because of their special traits. This was their research domain that had reached the limits of the creator goddesses. Obviously, these sly ancient undead wouldn't reveal their trump cards so easily. Since the undead emperors were far too ancient, and they often lived in their own territories, the fairies wouldn't be able to find out what the undead emperor's trump cards were by simply looking up information from the past. It was likely that it would take quite some time to find out who the undead emperors were. And considering how much progress the undead emperors had made over the years, even if they had information, it would only be a reference. The fact that the undead emperors had used a sea of undead to flatten Nitraine Fortress, without even being serious, proved how confident the undead emperors were. At the very least, I personally didn't want to face them at all. Indeed, I wanted to negotiate with the Tark Republic. If we could reach an agreement, it would save me a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, peace would only be valuable after the smoke of war. Until the undead emperors were certain that they wouldn't be able to achieve their goals, negotiations would be meaningless. I closed my notebook, took a deep breath, and closed the window. The chilly air of early winter made me feel energized, but it was rather hurtful for a sick person like me who had just woken up from bed. Keeping a diary was a habit of mine. Not only would it record the past, it would also remind me if I had done something foolish recently and if I needed to make up for it. But right now, the most important goals in my notebook were still nowhere to be found. Complete the gathering of materials for the Holy Sword Dawn. I'm waiting for Beifeng's news. Considering the difference in power levels, the success rate isn't high. But why do I feel like he definitely won't fail? Use conservation as a conduit to communicate with the Tark Republic. Attempt to coexist with them failed. Complete the 3 Kingdoms alliance with Bardi and Ottoman Empire, as well as the trade of weapons and food for the coming year. Completed. However, there was an additional line at the end of this sentence. Considering the effects of the current war, we can't count on them to fulfill their end of the agreement. We can consider asking the Nature faction for help, but it'll be quite troublesome to owe them favors. Complete the reconciliation with the surface dragons with Halen's assistance. Failed. Those stubborn old fools always spit insults at me the moment we meet. Continue to attack the Holy Church's faith in the God of Holy Light and weaken his abilities. Ongoing, but I don't see any signs of him weakening. Help Harloise complete the establishment of the Northland's Elven Empire. Ongoing, but choosing a location is a major problem. Hopefully it can be decided within 2 years. complete the opening of the ice plain, and the establishment of a new elven alliance, there are several hundred scattered missions. Most likely, every one of them would be considered an epic-ranked quest. However, among all the missions, there was one that was the most important and troublesome. Investigate Cavendish's goal. This was the only mission that I had 3 question marks on, because I didn't even know where to start investigating. Cavendish's whereabouts were a mystery. All I knew was that he was currently searching for the true Chaos Abyss. If I followed this clue, it might actually help him. I had already asked the fairies, the Mage Country's Truth Symposium, and the Mist Alliance's Intelligence Department to investigate. However, apart from the fairies, I didn't have much hope for anyone else. Even the fairies probably wouldn't be able to find any clues. Revive Cynthia. Not mentioning the grudge between us, I didn't believe that Cavendish would be so uncreative as to revive a demon king to destroy the world, only to be defeated by a hero. That was such an ancient tactic. If he wanted to destroy the world, why didn't he do it himself? Besides, if he destroyed the world, everyone would die together. Who would benefit from it? I felt like those fairy tales were completely illogical. Evolve by devouring? Even if I didn't mention the pitiful success rate, to be honest, this wasn't Carwin's style at all. Carwin's was quite similar to me in certain aspects. He would only trust the power that he obtained bit by bit. Only something that completely belonged to him would be the most authentic. Just thinking about what he wanted to devour and what strange creature would exist in his body in the future that would merge with his flesh and blood made me feel disgusted. At the very least, if Carwin's truly desired to become stronger at all costs, and he was even willing to use the dirty method of devouring to evolve, there would be no need for him to go through so much trouble to find the creator goddesses. Wouldn't it be enough if he directly went to find a main god? Carwin's probably hadn't reached the peak yet. Once all the possibilities were eliminated, even the most ridiculous answer would be the truth. I had a few faint guesses, but I needed information to prove them. Some possibilities made me feel like it wouldn't matter even if I didn't stop Carwin's. However, there was one possibility that made me want to stop him at all costs. I hope that it's not that. Cavendish wouldn't be that insane, would he? Based on your style, isn't that the one that you don't want to see the most? I felt rather helpless as I looked at the silly cat who was yawning next to me. She truly was a golden jinxer. However, I was still rather grateful to her for the past few days. Ever since I used a forbidden spell and had used up all my mana and stamina, she had always stayed by my side to protect me. What made me feel slightly sad was that even though I was so heavily injured, so many people still came to visit me. The truth was that there were still many people who wanted me dead. My outer defenses were capable of dealing with ordinary weaklings, but they were unable to stop top-level, powerful individuals from infiltrating me. Over the past few days, I had chased away nearly a dozen top-level, powerful individuals. I had also sensed the murderous gazes of extraordinary individuals and gods more than 10 times. If it wasn't for the fact that the gods of Hades were also protecting us, and that both sides were restraining themselves, a god war would have begun long ago. Only 4 undead emperors had the ability to reach me through various methods. But if it wasn't for Harloise, I probably would have died 4 times already. It was likely that the silly cat was only 1 step away from becoming an undead emperor. All those undead emperors who appeared to be semi-god extraordinary individuals were easily defeated by her. Their corpses were even hung on the main cannons of the battleships as a warning to those who didn't have the skills to come here and die. I couldn't be bothered to ask who had sent them. There were many who wanted me alive, but there were even more who wanted me dead. There were so many that I didn't even need to count. It was obvious that I was in a weakened state after using a forbidden spell, and my whereabouts were so obvious, so those who had grudges against me would naturally seize this opportunity. There were also many who didn't have grudges against me, who wanted to become famous and obtain a bounty on me. Dragons, elves, dwarves, humans, beastmen, and undead. Even if you ask, there's no meaning. With how many species there are, it's likely that the entire world wants you dead. Harloi's words made me recall something. As I was the only forbidden spell mage in the entire world who was still alive and well after using multiple forbidden spells, no non-allied country or faction would want the Mist Alliance to have such a powerful killing machine that could be used repeatedly. No, considering the fact that in this day and age, allies were meant to be sold, it was impossible to even count on allies. Since everyone wanted me dead, I couldn't be bothered to guess what they were thinking. At any rate, I received some unexpected rewards, which I considered a rather satisfying unexpected gift. You found a legendary ice element weapon. This was an unexpected pleasant surprise, but it was also reasonable. What could be more effective than casting an ice element forbidden spell to reach the extreme of the ice element? Chapter 657. Perhaps I had repeated this many times before, but some facts kept reminding us that no matter which world we were in, there was no such thing as true fairness. It would be quite difficult to even get close to fairness. True fairness would forever only exist in theory. In Eichi's world, everyone was already used to the law of the jungle, where only the strong were respected. Any species that didn't have a top-level individual would forever become vassals and slaves. The most obvious example would be the silver species superior elves submitting to the gold species gold elves, while the bronze species wild elves and inferior elves were vassals of the superior elves. Humans were an exception. This wasn't recorded in history books, but in the memories of the ancients, humans had once been the vassals of giants, ogres, and elves. However, humans learned magic and martial arts from these species. In this cruel world, before humans truly rose up and became independent, these weak species had never been cowards. Humans' bloodlines were naturally inferior, just like how humans would never be able to fight against giants. Some things were impossible to change. However, humans knew how to use tools. It was unknown which creator had first thought of this, but the appearance of myth-ranked and legend-ranked weapons that combined their own personal paths indeed gave top-level individuals the possibility of surpassing the strongest individuals of other species. The most obvious way to choose one's own combat style and division of labor would be to create combat job classes. In the primordial era of myths and legends, there had never been any division of labor between warriors and mages. Those powerful immemorial creatures would either randomly attack with their physical bodies or instinctively control the elements to attack. This was probably another way of saying that there were no paths in the world to begin with, but the more people that walked, the more paths there would be. The peak of a job class would be to condense one's own path and past into a tool that only one could use. Yes, human skin wouldn't have as powerful a defensive ability as dragon scales. However, we could hunt down powerful myth-ranked beasts and use their thick skin to create armor and shields that would surpass the defensive capabilities of city walls. Yes, humans' magical senses and affinity for the elements would be incomparable to the elves. However, I could use a special tool as a part of my body and fuse it with the core of an elemental creature or magical creature. This would increase my affinity for the elements in a certain area, or even increase the power of a specific spell. This would make up for my natural lack of spellcasting abilities. Yes, humans would be unable to compete against giants in strength. However, I could create an ogre gauntlet that would increase my strength. Yes, humans are unable to fly and have limited physical strength, but I can make light magic boots. Yes, humans are unable to travel through time. Therefore, we fused the concept of time and created the sand of time. Myth-ranked weapons shouldn't be viewed as too mysterious. That was simply an extension of humans' instinct to use tools. It was just that the tools of the strongest individuals would be recognized by the entire world. However, there were obvious advantages and disadvantages to using such a specialized path. Tools had their own characteristics. They were made to make up for their inherent shortcomings. But on the other side of the obvious characteristics was the lack of versatility. You might be able to create a dragon scale shield, but the areas without a shield would be extremely fragile. That heavy armor was ultimately not a part of your body. The extra weight and discomfort, as well as the skin that was covered, would definitely affect your agility and perception. There was always a loss for every gain. When he decided to use external objects to improve the flaws of his body, it also meant that his body had no room for growth, and the flaws in other areas would become even more obvious. When he decided to use a tool, the tool's usage would also be determined. While the usage of the tool would indeed be improved, there would still be no obvious changes in other areas. But sometimes, combat wouldn't be a simple bucket effect. Strengthening one's advantages and hiding one's weaknesses would be the normal way to obtain victory. You don't need to be stronger than your opponent in every area. Choosing your combat style based on your advantages is the only way to achieve long-term victory. Of course, the simplest way to solve this problem would be to make several more tools if one tool wasn't enough. But when considering how difficult it would be to become a level 4 individual, how difficult it would be to create a myth-ranked weapon, and most importantly, how it would be impossible for humans' bloodline to support multiple myth-ranked weapons, it seemed that it would be impossible for any ordinary powerful individual to become a level 4 individual. For humans who are inherently weak, becoming a level 4 individual wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. For most powerful individuals, choosing their own tools would mean that there would be no chance for them to change their decision. It would be a one-sided deal, and if they made a mistake, that would mean that they were voluntarily limiting their own growth potential. To put it more bluntly, this would mean that their game character had become useless, so they would have to reincarnate and start over. Typically, the creation of a myth-ranked weapon would be the culmination of one's entire life's work and experience. Sometimes, if one forcefully broke through to level 4 without sufficient preparation, or casually broke through to level 4 without anyone's guidance, the final product would be impossible to choose from. There were many laughable existences, even among level 4 individuals. For example, there was a powerful individual who was skilled in controlling the water element. His myth-ranked weapon was the culmination of his understanding of the natural water cycle. His myth-ranked weapon was an umbrella that would summon a torrential downpour whenever he opened it. Because of this, he was honored by others as the rain god, and he was welcomed by many in drought-stricken areas. However, a water mage of this level would be able to summon a torrential downpour with a casual wave of his hand. This wouldn't improve his combat ability at all. In fact, since the area of effect was far too large, every time he used the umbrella, it would consume a tremendous amount of mana. The moment he used the umbrella, his power level would be much weaker than when he was at myth rank. Although it was quite laughable that he would become weaker after breaking through to level 4, he definitely wasn't the only one. This wasn't simply a matter of making a mistake or being foolish. Sometimes, calamities would descend from the heavens, and there would truly be no helping it. There was once an archmage who was born with a weak body and would cough up blood whenever he cast a spell. He was naturally intelligent and reached gold rank at the age of 12. His research in the domain of time reached the apex, and his myth-ranked weapon was incredibly powerful. It was said that it was capable of directly reversing time. He was basically a miracle creation. However, miracles came with a price. Every time he used this weapon, he would have to pay a price for his life force. Nobody knew how much life force he had to pay, because that archmage only used it once before dying. Overly strong willpower and beliefs could also result in incorrect results. There was once a level 4 Holy Knight leader who desired to have holy light that was as warm as the sun forever accompany him. In the end, he succeeded, but he died of dehydration. This Holy Knight hated darkness far too much, and his desire for eternity was far too strong. He didn't want to be roasted to death every time the sun went down. It was said that this Holy Knight truly had a strong faith and managed to persevere for 3 months before finally becoming dried meat. Overly strong beliefs would affect a level 4 Holy Knight's subconscious choices. It just so happened that a Holy Knight who didn't have a strong faith wouldn't be able to go very far. There were quite a few Holy Knights who made mistakes. Although there weren't many Holy Knights who would roast themselves to death, it was quite common for them to turn themselves into light bulbs for 24 hours. This lasted until the Holy Church finally wrote these ridiculous jokes into their holy scriptures to warn their descendants. The exact opposite would be the undead emperors. Most undead emperors had been born as ancient humans. They had been stuck at the level 4 level for a very long time, but their accumulations wouldn't go to waste. It would also be a good thing for them to think things through before they reached the level 4 level. Once they broke through, their future would be much smoother. Cough, cough, I was getting off topic. In this aspect, I had quite an obvious advantage due to my previous experience as a level 4 Holy Knight. Not only did I have the knowledge to create multiple myth-ranked weapons, I also had a physical body and soul capable of carrying multiple myth-ranked weapons. Compared to ordinary level 4 Holy Knights, I could only be described as extravagant. But no matter how extravagant I was, I couldn't waste it. The biggest difference between me and other level 4 Holy Knights was that while they would try to summarize everything they had learned in their entire lives and use a single myth-ranked weapon to strengthen their advantages, I was able to think about the functionality of my myth-ranked weapon and use multiple myth-ranked weapons to make up for my weaknesses and weaknesses. The Dawn Holy Sword's special characteristic was the Light of Salvation. I had planned for it to be a Chaos Slayer and Holy Light Redeemer. It had two forms. Not only could it weaken chaos demons and undead in a large area, but it could also concentrate its holy light on powerful enemies. It would be my most reliable helper in a long battle against the Chaos Abyss. My original Sin Sword, or perhaps it could also be called the 7 Evils of Creation Sword. This sword originated from my strongest research on undead and souls. Although the design and theory for this sword was the first to appear, the materials required were far too difficult to obtain. It would require a tremendous number of souls and undead, making it impossible to predict how long it would take for it to be completed. But the moment it was completed, theoretically speaking, it would be a mega-killing weapon that would target all existences with souls. It would be my strongest magic sword. But when considering the materials required, it would also likely be the last myth-ranked weapon to be completed. I still hadn't finished my thoughts on a myth-ranked law weapon. But when considering the power of law's special effects, and the fact that once my original Sin Sword was completed, I really wouldn't need any more powerful melee weapons. It was likely that I would create a weapon that focused more on binding and defense. As for ice, my research in this area was probably the worst. But since my other 3 myth-ranked weapons already had attack, defense, weakening, buff, binding, and so on, I had already figured out what to do with my ice magic sword in terms of functionality. A self-disciplined, or perhaps semi-automatic, magic sword will also be able to surprise my enemies. If I'm lucky, the upper limit of my combat strength will be quite high. Many self-disciplined, myth-ranked weapons will attack both friend and foe at the same time, such as that holy light sun that roasted me to death. Other self-disciplined, myth-ranked weapons will also make me not know whether to laugh or cry. If you're unlucky, you'll just buff your enemies and make things difficult for yourself. The upper limit is high, but the lower limit is limitless as well. Are you certain? Harlow's advice didn't shake my resolve at all, since self-disciplined weapons would often cause disasters to both friend and foe alike. Perhaps this would actually be quite suitable for me, since I was already used to bad luck. I've decided. Calamity Sword. Northland's Ice Sword. Even if it will only bring misfortune and natural disasters, I feel like I'll be able to survive longer than my enemies when it comes to dodging the Northland's endless ice and snow disasters. Chapter 658. From a certain standpoint, the Northlands was probably the most unsuitable place for humans to live in the entire world. The Northlands only had 2 seasons in a year, spring and winter. In other places, spring could be treated as winter. 1/3 of the year, the Northlands was constantly frozen. The land was barren and everything was dying, but this was still my homeland. During the day, I could hear the howling of fierce winds. Without any vegetation to obstruct the cold wind, it would be so cold that it would cause people to shiver. And if the cold wind during the day was only ridiculously cold, the wind at night would truly be murderous. If anyone spent the night outside, They wouldn't even need to collect their corpse. They would be directly frozen in ice. But this was still my homeland. Winter wolves, snowmen, and ferocious bears. If these magical beasts were tossed into the forests of any other region in the continent, they would probably be able to dominate the forest. But in the Northlands, these were the most common wild beasts. It was normal to hear hungry beasts roaring in the middle of the night. The most troublesome thing would be the roars of dragons. That usually meant that a group of hungry white dragons had gotten too close to human residences. It would be impossible for new adventurers to survive in such a homeland. Avalanches, hailstorms, blizzards, frosts, droughts, extreme coldness, tornadoes, and snow disasters. Apart from extreme heat and floods, the people who lived in this land were already used to all natural disasters. As time passed, the residents of this land discovered the advantages of this land as if they were finding joy in their suffering. The barren land and icy weather made the greedy nobles unable to endure the harsh conditions here. Compared to the nobles who enjoyed life in the inner regions, the domain lords who chose to live here had the style of the knight domain lords from their ancestors. They were not only the masters of this territory, but also the protectors of this land's residents. The lack of resources and the dangerous environment in the outside world made the people here used to huddling together for warmth. Meanwhile, the threat of other races and magical beasts made the Northlanders used to using their own hands to protect themselves. This place was full of warriors and outstanding soldiers, and it also produced true warriors who understood teamwork and self-sacrifice. The Northlanders had always been viewed as a barbarian race by the entire human society, but they were also a fighting race that did not have powerful bloodlines. In this land, noble conduct and the weight of one's promise were not just empty words, but the innate temperament of a Northlander. That was because in this land of ice and snow, being exiled and isolated was equivalent to death. In the face of the cruel test of nature, lies and cowards would not be able to muddle through every single time. Honor and loyalty were necessary for survival. The true Northland warriors who stood out in the elimination would become the pillar and protector of their family and fellow countrymen. Cowards and boastful people would eventually die of shame. The first snow of the year is really early. Even though they were lying on the slowly moving battleship, the cold of the northern lands still made the frail patients feel uncomfortable. They rubbed their hands together and spat out white mist. However, that familiar coldness made them feel refreshed for some reason. "Your Highness, this is the 4th snow of the year." The young attendant's words revealed some new information. I was surprised to hear this, as I was quite familiar with this area. Snow usually represented the arrival of winter. Distributing winter rations, organizing winter hunting teams, and other preparations for winter would all need to be completed before winter arrived. If the schedule was messed up, the heavy snow would greatly hinder the construction of various projects. And I had no reason to misremember the time of the winter snow season. Normally, it would take at least 2 weeks for the first snow to arrive. The silly cat jumped onto my shoulder. When the attendants saw her, they all instinctively took half a step back. She had been acting as my bodyguard all this time. Following the deaths of the level 4 assassins, the names Summoning Ominous Black Cat, Yonya's Cat of Death God, and Ominous Shadow had all become famous. Currently, the most popular rumor was that this black cat was a divine sin/demon lord/death god level undead disguised as a cat alien. Every day, she would devour over 100 souls. Great Snow Mountain. Her words were quite simple, but after a short moment of confusion, I was able to make up for the lack of logic. I asked the attendant, and as I expected, I learned some facts that confirmed some things. Starting from 5 or 6 years ago, the Northlands' winter began arriving earlier and earlier, but ended later and later. The winter also became colder and colder. The ice elemental plane, the Great Snow Mountain, which was filled with ice and snow magical creatures, was currently transforming into its own ice elemental plane. Although it was located in the uninhabited mountains of the Northlands, The ice elemental plane's connection to the ice elemental plane hadn't been broken yet, so the ice elemental plane kept getting colder and colder in the Northlands. From a certain standpoint, this made the Northlands even more difficult to live in. However, with the upcoming major battle, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Demons' greatest weapons were their powerful bodies and abundant magic power. Even without considering the fact that ice naturally countered the fire element, heat would rapidly dissipate in such a low temperature. Demons' powerful bodies and magic power that relied on instincts to fight would actually become a huge source of energy consumption. Mana consumption could be replenished through food. However, if you wanted to hunt in the Northland's winter, you would first need to find prey. And even if you ate all the wild beasts in the mountains, it probably wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the demons' stomachs. Perhaps we can make use of this. Seeing the situation, I had some other ideas. Perhaps the great snow mountain magical realm's elemental creatures could participate in constructing the entire Northland's defense line. Or perhaps we could artificially create a natural defense line for the Northlands. However, I would need to consider things a bit more if I wanted to make this a reality. While I was thinking this, we had already entered the Northlands. Meanwhile, the new North Star fleet's 3 mega airships were beginning to disband. The new North Star continued heading north towards the Mist Alliance's capital, Definder, which wasn't even in name. The Mizar went to the industrial base in Sluer for repairs, and the Alcade went to the Shilua Empire for repairs and personnel replacements. From a certain standpoint, it could be said that a single airship fleet would be built and maintained in different locations. This was the first time in the world that a single airship fleet had been built and maintained in a single location. However, with the Mist Alliance's foundation, it would be quite difficult for a single shipyard to build a single mega airship in the past few years. Not a single base would be able to support such a large airship if they were all piled together. That's right. Only half of our new North Star fleet had returned. That was because the elves were still continuing on their journey, based on the elves' constant walking speed. Even if they didn't encounter any obstacles, it would still take at least 1 year for them to reach the Northlands. We had originally intended to escort the elves all the way. However, our fleet kept slowing down, and the Mist Alliance countries couldn't afford to wait any longer. This was especially true now that the Demon Abyss was making new movements, and the entire world was entering a sensitive period of the Holy War. That was why we left half of our fleet behind to continue escorting the elves while we brought back 3 of our airships. These 3 mega airships didn't return empty-handed. The heavily injured and the Northlands' urgently needed special talents were all on these airships. Half of the Elven Empire's higher-ups had also returned. They needed to hurry up and finish the preliminary work, such as choosing a location, constructing a city, driving away the wild beasts, preparing for war, and so on. Even a year might not be enough for them. There shouldn't be any major problems with the elves' fleet. All the official diplomatic notes from the various countries along the way had already been completed. According to our new plan, the new North Star would be stationed in the Mist Alliance. After the Mizar and Avarice finished their personnel changes and repairs, they would bring food and medicine that the elves urgently lacked back to the Northlands. The other 4 airships would return to the Northlands with the injured and complete their shifts. Afterwards, the elves would have multiple shifts depending on the situation. However, 2 airships would remain on guard over the elves' fleet. This journey would be quite difficult. However, it would be incredibly important for the future Northlands elves. However, with the Mist Alliance's support, this difficult journey would be both a test for the elves, as well as an opportunity for the elves to fuse together. Fusion, or communication and living together, wouldn't only be a fusion within the elven species. It would also be a fusion between the newly born Northlands, Elven Empire, and the Mist Alliance. It would be a fusion between humans and elves. From a certain standpoint, this calamity wasn't completely without benefits. At the very least, it had torn apart the elves' outdated customs and beliefs, as well as the arrogance and pride of the previous generation's rulers. This would give the elves a new chance to learn about the world. This journey would be quite difficult. The elves would have to pass through half of the human countries in Ike, personally witnessing the lifestyles and culture of the humans that the elves viewed as barbarians. They would have to approach several battle zones and witness the cruel holy wars and heroic warriors. As the elven royal authority returned and the situation in Ike drastically worsened, countless wild elves would voluntarily join this journey. Every day, new information would cause the entire elven species to explode and clash with their beliefs. I was really looking forward to what the elves would obtain, understand, lose, give up, and awaken from this journey. Of course, I had many things to do, so I didn't have the energy to care about the elves' matters. I said, I'm already here, so I won't run away. No matter what, I'm still the former prince of the Mist Kingdom. I should understand my responsibilities and trust me a little. I felt rather helpless. Ever since I regained the ability to move, I had been followed by at least 4 Mist Kingdom royalties' attendants, constantly reporting to Renee. It was almost as if they were watching over a fugitive. Please allow us to point out the errors in your words. Your Highness, you're still the prince of the Mist Kingdom. Her Majesty Renee has also promised that the Mist Kingdom royalties' doors will always be open for you. Although my words were quite touching and my words were quite sincere, and my expression was quite on point, why did you move 1 meter closer to me and even send someone to block the door? Did you not believe me when I told you that I wouldn't run away? I could only helplessly shake my head as I looked at the young attendants' nervous expressions. I gave up on arguing with them. You've already scared 2 of them to the emergency room. That guard captain is so mentally weak that he's about to jump off the ship. And you're saying that you're not going to argue? Tisk, that's because they haven't been properly trained. I'm just helping Renee teach them a lesson. 2 days ago, they followed me too closely, which made me rather displeased. I knew that they had good intentions, but it really wasn't my fault. 2 muscular men followed me even when I went to the bathroom, and I woke up with several muscular men's faces right in front of me. It was just too disgusting. After being disgusted a few times, I decided to play a few pranks. I would suddenly disappear, scream, laugh, and shout that there were assassins. Something worth mentioning was that 2 assassins really did appear when I shouted that there were assassins. So it was because I discovered them. Cough, fine. I admit that these actions were rather childish and boring, but they were quite effective. The effective result was that Renee directly doubled the number of people watching me. She even had 3 shifts, and she would always smile whenever she saw me, making me feel like she was trying to coax an old child. Was I really that childish? TSK, I really didn't intend to run away. Why did no one believe me? Who was the one who left behind such a huge burden in the Mist Alliance for 8 years, and still didn't come back even though the bounty on the Mist Alliance was already one of the top few in the world? Who was the one who had the cheek to write a letter every year asking for a salary from the Mist Alliance government, but never did any work? Who was it? Which bastard was the one who was so shameless as to steal a salary? I'm so envious. I mean shameless. I tried to change the topic, but for once, I wasn't spouting nonsense. I truly didn't intend to leave because there were some things that I truly needed to be done in the Northlands. In the Northlands of the Magic Sword, only this land of ice and snow can give birth to this sword of calamity. Behind me, the room was also completely white. The mist-filled space was even colder than the outside world. The lifelike ice sculptures recorded the desperate situation in the Northlands. My past memories were slowly awakening, but my Sword of the Northlands had only just begun. Chapter 659. The spacious city walls were covered in a thick layer of ice. The city walls had been repeatedly modified and increased in height due to the passage of time. There were towers, ballista holes, winches, ballistae, catapults, and so on. Traces of construction could be seen everywhere. Perhaps it should be called the smell of war. Thanks to the combined efforts of the smiths and mages, the entire city walls had been reinforced by at least 30 meters. The city walls that were over 100 meters tall seemed like they were reaching into the clouds. Just judging from the outer appearance, this was probably the strongest city in the Northlands. Currently, this city wasn't under the threat of war. All its doors were wide open. Even before entering the city, the crowds of people walking about were already quite eye-catching. Orcs hawked their leather goods and prey on the streets, while buying tobacco, liquor, cotton clothes, and other Northland luxury goods without restraint. The undead in black cloaks carefully stayed away from these hot-blooded people, and bought those shady and legal goods in the small shops deep in the alleys. In the dark alley, black smoke rose from the furnace in the dwarves' shop. No matter what, dwarven weapons were always best-selling items. Outside the shop, the northern barbarians were showing off their martial arts skills in the street, hoping to find an employer. At the same time, they were drooling over the liquor and fine weapons in the shop. When I first arrived in Definder, I thought that I had come to the wrong place. After all, compared to the city that was eternally burning with the flames of war in my memories, this commercial city filled with the sounds of hawkers and shops seemed to be a bit different. Compared to 8 years ago, the number of transactions and business taxes here has increased by 337 times. It wouldn't be wrong to say that it's 100 times more prosperous. Renee's words were filled with pride. I could understand her feelings. The reason for such a ridiculous increase was not only because of how pitiful the population had been in the past, but also because of the hard work of the people of Definder. What could make people feel more proud than seeing their hometown slowly becoming more prosperous? I looked at the map and discovered that just the market area, which was only used for transactions, was already larger than the old Definder city district. I looked at the markings on the map. Most of the shops here were opened by local residents and goblins. Most outsiders were tourists and merchants who came here because of the city's reputation. It would seem that as the Mist Alliance's capital, Definder's increased political status also greatly improved its economic and military status. Definder was quite qualified to be a fortress city. From the very start, it had been chosen based on geography. The Mist Kingdom's many generations of construction had made this city a sturdy fortress facing the north. As long as this place was blocked, neither the Beastmen in the north nor the Demon Abyss in the northeast would be able to pass through. As the Mist Kingdom entered a period of peace with the entire Northlands, Definder's supposed enemies became allies. Definder's original strategic importance greatly decreased. However, this didn't mean that Definder had left the stage of history. It was the opposite. As the Mist Kingdom became more and more important in the new Mist Alliance, the city of Definder also became more and more important. The current Definder was no longer a lone city. There were 7 satellite cities within several hundred kilometers of Definder. Some of these cities were mining and smelting facilities. Some were warehouses for raw materials and food, and some were the Northland's largest trading center for weapons, food, and equipment. Half of these cities were the Mist Kingdom's Knight and Warrior training centers. Definder and its satellite cities were also the Northland's largest military camp. Every day, merchants and diplomatic envoys from all over the world would travel thousands of kilometers to Definder with various missions. Young knight and heroes would come here with hopes for the future. Various species of the Mist Alliance would come here for various reasons. The flow of people brought prosperity to Definder. The fact that there were so many different species living here meant that Definder's economy and culture would skyrocket. As the Northland's political, cultural, economic, and military center, the more important the Mist Kingdom was, the more important Definder's role would be. Compared to the past, Definder's central city had expanded by at least 4 times. If you counted it as a satellite city, it wouldn't be wrong to say that it had expanded by several dozen times. Definder's many expansions in such a short period of time made the city's streets seem rather crowded and chaotic. But looking at it from a different angle, the fact that there were countless different languages and citizens living here represented endless vitality. Definder had one advantage compared to other commercial cities. This advantage was something that no other city could compare to. This was also the foundational reason why Definder was able to prosper. Holy silver light formed a faint screen in the sky. It was as if an invisible eye was watching over this miraculous city. The Mist Kingdom's guards weren't the only ones patrolling the streets. The law priests and justice knight, who were the symbol of a scale, were also the city's protectors. Transactions here were quite special and quick. In fact, outsiders might even think that it was inconceivable or magical. I swear to the God of law and hell that everything I've said in the contract is true. I shall fulfill all the requirements and rules of the contract and deliver the goods to the God of hell within 3 months. I swear to the God of law and Hades that I shall deliver the goods within 1 month after receiving the furs. The barbarians and gnomes simultaneously swore to the God of law and signed their names on the contract. As witnesses, the contract intermediary silently prayed. After a short flash of silver light, this contract was now under the supervision of Wumians, the god of contracts. No mortal would ever go against this contract. 8 years ago, when I brought my army back to the Northlands, Wumians blessed the city and used a divine forbidden spell to transform it into Wumian's holy domain. This was a sinless city with no crimes. All criminals and deceivers would be marked by a red light representing deceit, and the judge and justice knight would appear within 5 minutes. And as Wumian's divine concept as the god of contracts improved and improved, guaranteeing contracts became part of his responsibilities as well. A city where there was no crime, no fraud, and all trade contracts would definitely be fulfilled. Perhaps every serious merchant would go crazy over such a city. Not to mention the fact that all the major transactions in the Northlands would be conducted here. Even the transactions between the kingdoms within the continent would be conducted here. Just the commission that the law priests received from the contracts was already an astronomical figure. In fact, many people even suggested to expand the scope of supervising contracts, hoping that Wumians would not only supervise commercial contracts, but also the more important diplomatic and military contracts. If this really happened, Wumian's reputation would probably reach new heights. But when I thought about it carefully, I realized that this was a trap. Supervising contracts between countries sounded quite impressive, but countries weren't existences with personalities. There were only benefits between countries. As long as there was a need, it would be common for countries to betray their contracts. And if they really did supervise contracts, it would be impossible for the entire country to receive divine punishment for breaking a contract. Those who should betray would still betray. Even if the signatories received divine punishment, the contract would still be broken. In the long run, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. 1 failure, 2 failures, and more contracts would be broken. Wumian's divine concept would also be blasphemed, which would instead cause negative effects. Let's get back to the main topic. The business tax that Renee mentioned was increasing exponentially was at least half due to the taxes on trading contracts. Also, the establishment of a financial exchange for long-distance trading of large commodities and futures made Definder the center of the Northlands financial system. Every year, the National Treasury's income would increase exponentially, and this was under the premise that a tremendous amount of money was spent on military construction. From small transactions like fur trading between hunters and beastmen to large transactions like arms and resources trading between mega-empires, the taxes would range from 6% to 30%. Just thinking about it would be an astronomical amount of income. It seemed inconceivable that Definder had gone from a land of bitter poverty to a land of riches in less than 10 years. But in the world of Aichi, where true gods existed, this was the norm. The rise of a new god would bring about the rise of a country and a people. As the first country to have Wumians, the god of law, as their national religion, the people of the Mist were currently benefiting from the rise of the Hades gods and Wumians. At the very least, it was certain that they would prosper before the gods died. And the gods' attention also brought about another essential factor for prosperity, a sense of security. No matter how profitable a business was, it would be useless if you didn't have the life to spend the money. Nobody was an idiot in this day and age. Just who was behind the Northland's Mist Alliance was already an open secret. The long-term stability of investments and transactions didn't just depend on regular security. It also included the security of domestic politics and policies. In this aspect, the newly born Hades gods were all veteran gods. The goddess of wealth, the god of fate, the moon goddess, and the god of death were all neutral gods with good reputations. And Wumians represented law and fairness, which was what merchants desired the most. As for the most important trade routes and travel safety, the Northland's airships had already opened up several regular trade routes between cities on the continent, including the Bardi Empire's capital, Definder, and the Ottoman Empire's capital, Definder. Although the transport fees were indeed quite high, compared to the potential of encountering bandits, magical beasts, and war on land, the expected additional costs weren't much at all. At worst, they could just transfer the costs onto the goods, which was far better than losing both the people and the goods. Safety, speed, stability, and inconceivably fair contracts. Thanks to so many factors, Definder was faintly on the verge of becoming the commercial capital of Ike. A remote Northland city was now on the path of commerce, and it even had the potential to become a mega commercial city. I really didn't know how to evaluate this. The Northland's prosperity also brought wealth to the Mist people and even all Northlanders. The Northlands wasn't truly empty. A complete Northland's Winterwolf's pelt would only be worth 50 gold coins in the Northlands, but it could be sold for thousands of gold coins in the center of the continent. It wasn't that nobody had ever thought about these Northland specialties. It was just that the high transport costs and the dangers of the trade routes made most hunters rather take the safe 50 gold coins. Firearms, various handicrafts from other species, magical beast materials, alchemy products, engineering products, and so on were the most commonly traded items here. They were also the best-selling items. As for me, even though I sighed in admiration, I still had to wear a thick white cape. I didn't dare to take it off even when I was eating or drinking. After all, no matter how thick-skinned I was, I still couldn't take it off when I saw all the statues of myself everywhere. Not only that, I also couldn't help but see people praying to my statues in gratitude, especially. It's one thing for you to bless me with a promotion and wealth. I've already tolerated the obvious discrimination of you worshipping Carwins instead of me. But what's the big deal with you worshipping me instead of me? If you want to worship someone, you should worship Bafing's portrait. Don't mention it. There really are people who worship Bafing's statue. However, it's an evil sect that's forbidden by the continent's laws. They call themselves the Brotherhood of Truth with boundless love. I don't want to know it all. While gagging Harlowy's mouth, I recalled the person who was still in the chaos abyss. Not long ago, he had sent me a letter saying that it would take some time to deal with that arrogant birdman. He told me to be patient. At that time, I really wanted to ask him, "Who told you to deal with that birdman?" I only want myth-ranked materials. I only want materials. Please don't make a big deal out of this. Everyone in the world will thank you. However, I felt that no matter what I said, it would be useless. I shouldn't suspect the person I used. So I decided to just let him be. Yep, I definitely wasn't intending to cut ties with that bastard right after I obtained the materials, and then toss him out for bounty. Was I such a heartless person who would burn bridges after crossing the river? You still have the face to say that? Amelia, you were so loyal back in the day. Do you still remember how many bridges you destroyed? But for the sake of world peace, it's best to destroy that bridge as soon as possible. The entire world will thank you. While I was still idly chatting and drinking tea, something major had happened over at Renee's side. The Sohn Dukedom and Feldus Kingdom are requesting to join the Mist Alliance? When did this happen? Why are they doing this? Chapter 660. The Mist Alliance was foundationally different from the other mega empires. The Mist Alliance wasn't an independent country. It was an alliance made up of the various Northlands countries. The 7 Northlands countries that human society viewed as border barbarians were the geographical core of the Mist Alliance. The non-human species also made up a large portion of the Mist Alliance. As the underground Shilua undead, Northlands beastmen, and Northlands elves joined the Mist Alliance, the balance of power in the Mist Alliance naturally changed. The human countries weren't the only core of the Mist Alliance. The reason why the Mist Alliance was able to maintain itself was the fact that the people of the Mist were located in Sluir and Donlon Principality. These 2 countries were faintly viewed as a new Mist Kingdom, and they were the political core of the Mist Alliance. 5 of the 7 Northlands countries were also human kingdoms, like the Mist Kingdom. This was a natural alliance. The Mist Kingdom had defeated and conquered the Northlands beastmen. The undead, the underground, and the Northlands elves were all connected to the Mist Kingdom in countless ways. Due to many factors, Renee and Gleena had become the true leaders of the Mist Alliance. Not interfering with each other's internal affairs was the foundation of the Mist Alliance. Ever since the Mist Alliance was established, it had been a rather loose alliance that would work together in times of crisis. This was the Mist Alliance's definition of itself. However, with the strengthening of communication and the entire world entering a period of war, in order to prepare for war, various resources and powers would need to be consolidated in order to make the most of the scarce resources available. And once the consolidation began, the independence of the various countries within the alliance would naturally be greatly reduced. This was why it was so easy for autocratic governments to appear in times of war. In order to deal with the threat of war, an efficient organization with centralized power would be necessary. Then, with the appearance of an autocrat and centralized power, the factions of the Mist Alliance would swiftly lose their right to speak and protest. The Northlands Winter Grain Reserve Committee. This was a very obvious name for this committee's function. It was also quite old-fashioned, as it sounded just like a government that didn't have any money. But actually, even a country's king would maintain sufficient respect for the committee members. The Mist Alliance's main responsibility was to manage winter rations in order to prevent large-scale starvation and drought. This was because the Mist Alliance could manage the entire Northlands country's food supplies. It could also redistribute food imported from other countries within the Mist Alliance. It could also selectively turn a country's food into war reserves. This type of authority had long since become the Mist Alliance's ally. If this didn't count as interfering with other countries' internal affairs, then what would? The Northlands Defense Frontline Construction Headquarters was in charge of the Northlands strategic defenses, fortresses, and defensive line construction. That meant that they were in charge of the construction of defensive fortifications. Wasn't building a fortress in your territory considered interfering with the internal affairs of the Northlands? Didn't the various countries' royalty have any qualms about that? But right now, this was absolutely necessary. Everyone knew that a major battle was about to break out. If the Mist Alliance was still like a pile of loose sand, then it would be necessary for the Mist Alliance to exist. Although the Mist Alliance as a whole had been developing over the past few years, the one that had developed the fastest was naturally the Mist Kingdom, which had Definder and the Magic Engineering Headquarters. When these 2 Mist Kingdoms joined forces, the Mist Alliance would truly be the #1 human country in the Mist Alliance. In fact, even the other 5 Northlands countries combined wouldn't be able to compare to these 2 countries. Due to the Mist Kingdom's dominance in the Mist Alliance, it was needless to say who was in charge of these working committee, command, and headquarters. As more and more preparations were made for the upcoming war, the entire Mist Alliance's member countries were being consolidated. The new Borealis airship fleet, which was constructed with the combined efforts of various countries, was the most obvious example. It would probably take several decades for a single country's resources to produce such a powerful airship. But now, in just a short 8 years, not only did the first airship fleet take shape, The various countries' armaments, industries, and shipbuilding foundations had also improved. As long as their resources kept up, the second airship fleet would likely be completed soon. From a certain standpoint, as the preparations for the upcoming war continued, more and more rules were created, and more working committees gained actual power. The Mist Alliance's member countries' independence was rapidly decreasing. Kings were reduced to domain lords that had to listen to orders from their superiors, while domain lords were restricted by the Church of Law and the Mist Alliance's organizations. They were becoming more and more like administrative and military officials. While the entire Mist Alliance was thriving, there would naturally be people who were dissatisfied because their interests were being harmed. Where there was light, there would also be darkness. Struggles for power would always be present wherever there were people. The Mist Alliance, which was born from ideals, was no exception. There was no need to mention the process, but when it came to scheming, very few people would be able to defeat the Dark Elves. And now, the entire Dark Elf society was indirectly working for the Mist Kingdom. The final result was that all those who opposed the Mist Kingdom disappeared due to various reasons. Were there people dissatisfied? Of course there were. But as the Hades gods and the Mist Alliance's rise brought all sorts of benefits, such as abundant resources, higher status as citizens, increased income, and more job opportunities, most people now understood the situation and were content to continue working on this new airship. I don't care who's in charge. As long as my life keeps getting better, that's enough. This was what the great majority of people thought. And in this aspect, the Mist Kingdom had indeed fulfilled its promise. Of course, not everyone was happy to see such a development. At the very least, the kings and domain lords who were losing control of the situation were faintly beginning to oppose the Mist Kingdom. The greatest difference between the Mist Alliance and other systems was that the Church of Law's overseers would constantly investigate the actions of the nobles and royalty. Meanwhile, the Mist Kingdom was a powerful supporter of the Church of Law. This was naturally unacceptable to the old-fashioned nobles, who were used to being more powerful than the world itself. And for some people, touching their power was the same as touching their lives. The old-fashioned nobles were also experts at scheming. They were even related to the countries in the center of the continent through bloodlines and benefits. If it wasn't for the fact that the shadows and the shadows acted swiftly, and if it wasn't for the fact that the major countries were afraid of the Mist Kingdom's power, the alliances would have been on the verge of collapse at least 4 or 5 times already. And as the Mist Kingdom's status became more and more stable in the Mist Kingdom's infighting, the other allied countries' royal authority was visibly declining. This was basically an open secret. The Mist Kingdom, the undead of Shilua, and the underground were the core of the Mist Alliance. Their overwhelming power caused all rebellions and conspiracies to become useless. Since there was a core, there would naturally be a periphery. The end result was that the original old-fashioned nobles factions were obviously marginalized. The Mist Kingdom's factions also repeatedly spread the word that these organizations that strengthened the Mist Alliance's resources would only be temporary, and that they would all be cancelled after the Holy War. However, not only did the kings and domain lords who represented the old-fashioned nobles not take this seriously, even the propagandists themselves were just saying it. Will they ever let go of power that they've already obtained? They would. After the Holy War was over, I would immediately find a place to retire. What use would I have for such useless things? What fun could there be in being a rich landlord from a feudal era? I would rather travel around the world and enjoy the sights. But this time I was telling the truth. Yet, as always, nobody believed me. Did the kings and domain lords who joined the Mist Alliance regret it? I felt that most of them regretted it now. After all, many things that they could do as they pleased in the past were now impossible to do. The inflexible creatures from the Church of Law were truly evil and should be executed. But as the Holy War progressed, reality would prove that their original choice was correct, and their views would change. But at this time, joining the Mist Alliance would mean giving up on royal authority. This was an incredibly taboo in this era of royalty. The The Sohn Dukedom and Feldis Kingdom are applying to join the Mist Alliance? When did this happen? Why are they doing this? I wasn't the only one who was surprised. All the administrative staff were astonished to hear this. After all, perhaps joining the Mist Alliance would be beneficial for the entire country and its citizens. But only the dukes and kings of the two countries would make such a decision. Would they be willing to give up their royal authority and voluntarily accept being bound? The Sohn Dukedom and Feldis Kingdom were both located to the south of the former 7 Northlands countries. There was also a small country in between them. The Sohn Dukedom could only be considered a small country, but the Feldis Kingdom occupied the fertile Finn Plains and the Cheryl River. Its territory was also quite large, and it was quite powerful. This application to join the Mist Alliance was obviously rather sudden. The application arrived 3 days ago. It was signed by Grand Duke Klein and His Majesty Vincent. The application includes basic information on both countries, as well as basic information on taxes, expenditures, military, and so on. The administrative staff believes that the two countries are quite sincere and that we must seriously consider their application. Renée numbly flipped through the information in front of me. She had a bitter yet serious expression. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight since she had just returned. No matter whether or not the two countries' application was accepted, this was a major matter that would affect the Mist Alliance's development for the next 100 years. If they accepted, not only would the Mist Alliance's territory increase by 1/3, it would also open up a path to the mainland, and they would even obtain a fertile land that could produce crops. And if they didn't accept, they would at least have to give a sufficient reason. I casually flipped through the map and looked at the large patches of brown and blue on the map, comparing them to my past memories. At times like this, my past memories were probably even more useful than the inflexible information. The Sohn Dukedom had only been established 2 generations ago. It was a small country that had been established within the ruins of the Mist Alliance. There were only a few cities within the country, and they didn't have any particularly famous specialties. They could only be considered a vassal of the Feldis Kingdom. What ruins? The ruins of the Yongya calamity. Cough! I meant that these two countries were somewhat related to me, although there were plenty of countries in the world that I was related to. It couldn't be helped. Back then, the Mist Kingdom was located in the far north. If I wanted to take revenge on the Holy Church, I would definitely have to pass through these countries if I headed south. It was likely that they had been conveniently destroyed back then. Ha! I remember now. Feldis and I have no grudge against each other. Back then, the Yongya army passed through him. Yep, he had a grudge against Cavendish. Back then, the demon army crippled him, and even the king was killed. The current royal family was moved here from an inland kingdom. I was rendered speechless. What was this? Did we completely offend all the neighboring countries back then? If you're talking about the truth, you're right. How many grudges did the demon army and the undead army invade the south? Why do you think so many assassins have appeared in the past few days? You should be grateful that humans are short-lived species, and these lords and kings are purely political animals. They won't fight you to the death for the blood grudges of their ancestors that have long been forgotten. If it were a long-lived species, even if their leader doesn't care about the grudges of the past, the citizens will still force him to fight you to the death. The silly cat was showing off the advantages of being a long-lived species in front of me, but I was retorting in my heart, aren't your elves still obedient? In this day and age, it's still more practical to have a bigger fist. Of course, I wouldn't say it out loud. After all, the silly cat would easily jump up in anger when it came to the pride of the elves, and I still needed her protection right now. Also, the rise of the 2 major mist kingdoms is the equivalent of forcefully digging out 2 pieces of land from nothing. In the past, it wasn't the 7 Northlands kingdoms, but the 9 Northlands kingdoms. What do you think happened in between? You can ask Renée how her ancestor valiantly fought against 3 mist kingdoms by himself. Actually, I didn't pay much attention to the past. The other side of being short-lived was that I sighed about how short my life was. I couldn't stop myself from having fun while I could. Expanding my territory and becoming the strongest emperor in history was probably the dream of many kings. The end result was that the human nobles and royalty were all terrible people. Many of them were related by blood, and many of them had fought each other to the death. The past wasn't important at all. Only when it was necessary would people use the past as a reason to declare war. For example, your grandfather killed my uncle and stole my second grandmother. If you don't give the empress to me as my concubine, I'll declare war against you. Who would care about such things normally? Short-lived species, it's enough to live in the present. Living in the present is even more exciting. I ignored the silly cat's arrogant expression and focused on the information I had. At the very least, based on the current information, I would reject this request to join the Mist Alliance. That's right, I would reject it. I wouldn't allow two countries to join and make the Mist Alliance even stronger. It wasn't always better to have a larger country. At the very least, the Holy War had just broken out. I did some simple calculations. Once two countries joined, our defensive borders would greatly increase, and we would lose many natural strongholds and fortresses. Our original solid defense would naturally become weak. And if I completely ignored the two countries' defenses, the Mist Alliance was an alliance of military defense to begin with. If I gave up on helping the two countries join, that would mean that both the alliance's rules and the Mist Alliance's morale would collapse. Let's gather information first. At the very least, we need to know why they chose to join the Mist Alliance. I felt a headache coming on as I rubbed my forehead and put down the scrolls. Meanwhile, my servants kept bringing me all sorts of books and information. History, culture, financial income, military information, the movements of important people in the country, the real reason why they joined the Mist Alliance. It seems that the intelligence department is going to be exhausted. Right, I also need to consider the effect that joining the Mist Alliance will have on the entire Holy War's defense system. It seems that the strategy department is going to lose sleep over this. There's also the foreign affairs and administration departments. I shook my head and sighed in frustration. I kept thinking as I walked. The moment I reached the door, I discovered that it was already blocked. The servants were all smiles, but they weren't willing to step aside. Don't even think about escaping. Don't even think about skipping work. Let's all work overtime until we die. Behind me were Renee's resentful words. My escape plan had been seen through yet again. Chapter 661. Year FT8, December 27th. There were only 3 days left. HE had 30 days per month. The old year was about to end, and the new year was about to begin. In this world, there was no such thing as a solar calendar or lunar calendar. The New Year's celebration in 3 days would be the grandest celebration of the year. As snowflakes fell, everyone's footsteps became more and more hurried. However, most people had joyful expressions of satisfaction and expectation. Many brightly colored banners and advertising slogans had appeared on the shops along the streets, and the streets were filled with a joyous atmosphere. And as living standards continuously improved, there would be a tremendous amount of job opportunities brought about by prosperity and development. For Definders residents, as long as they didn't stay at home to wait for assistance, their lives would naturally become better and better. This trend of constantly improving one's life was even more valuable than having an abundant lifestyle. This trend of constantly improving one's life filled everyone with hope for the future. They would work as hard as they could for a better future for themselves. They were also filled with gratitude towards the Mist Kingdom's royalty, who had given them such a lifestyle. Every year, this would be the busiest time for the Mist Kingdom's administrative department and royalty. Not only would there be a large amount of work to deal with during the year, there would also be the preparation of winter rations and winter hunts. These were all major events that concerned the country's survival. Also, meeting with representatives from all over the world and participating in all sorts of activities was also a requirement to stabilize the country's morale. The royal family's main doors were wide open, and there was an endless stream of carriages coming and going. The guest hall was currently hosting an end-of-year reception and a banquet. Groups of representatives came and went, and as the host, Renee was smiling so much that she had cramps after smiling for more than 5 hours straight. However, the guests didn't care about such things. They excitedly waved at the friendly queen and kissed her fingertips. In the eyes of the citizens, the night princess from back then was now a true queen. Being able to see that the queen and her concubines were in good health meant that the Mist Kingdom would develop more steadily in the coming year. The only worry was that the queen's personal hobbies would have a side effect. What if the royalty has no descendants? If something happens to Her Majesty, right? Speaking of which, it was rather laughable. Back when the Mist Kingdom had been in decline, nobody had cared about this problem. But now, as the power of the country continued to rise, a dangerous fact was placed before everyone. There was no one left to continue the royal family. There was no need to mention how important a successor with a stable position was to a kingdom. Although East Mist was still a dukedom in name, be it in terms of size or influence, it was definitely an empire. The advantage of a centralized authority was that it was highly efficient, but the disadvantage was that if something happened to the person in charge and the successor didn't manage to keep up, the entire empire would collapse. And it just so happened that this night princess had probably been raised as a boy since she was young. Even some of her sexual orientations were too masculine, which eventually led to a deviation. These were just small matters. The citizens wouldn't be dissatisfied with Her Majesty Renee because of this. On the contrary, the fun of the streets and alleys made her more approachable to the people. However, this small hobby directly caused the queen to be married for many years and still have no children. Of course, if her imperial concubine were to get pregnant, the first people who would be dissatisfied would be this group of gossip-loving citizens. However, after so many years, Rain was still the only one in the royal family. This made people a little anxious. If the Mist Kingdom's royal family still had a branch bloodline, they could think of a way to find a nephew to take over. But with the current situation, if Her Highness Renee didn't have any descendants, she would eventually grow old even if nothing unexpected happened. Once the throne was empty, it would be strange if the rulers under her didn't make a huge fuss. As for adopting children from other countries, sorry, the people of the Mist were quite serious about this. It had to be this bloodline. They still remembered the Mist war flag and the previous kings who had protected them and their country. Before the Mist Kingdom lost its honor, they wouldn't accept any other bloodline. And so, scenes that made Renee the most embarrassed kept happening. After the representatives said a series of congratulatory words for the new year, they would always talk about their sons and grandsons in a roundabout way, almost directly saying things like, "You should hurry up and find someone to give birth to a son," which would be incredibly rude. Meanwhile, the major nobles and leaders of the Mist Kingdom would directly introduce their nephews' and grandsons' achievements and experiences. Starting from 3 years ago, this was already the end of every year for Renee. According to the average marriage age in Ike, there were quite a few people who got married at the age of 14. Renee, who is currently 22 or 23, should indeed be the mother of 2 or 3 children. After forcing her to get married, she's forcing her to give birth to a child? She's such a pitiful queen. Do you even have the right to say such a thing? You still have the face to say such a thing? The silly cat was quite happy that she was bound to my equipment, but I felt like there was more to her words. What does that have to do with me? Isn't this all Cavendish's doing? Cavendish? Have you forgotten who Renee's nominal guardian knight is? Guardian knight? In other words, a noble lady's lover knight would be more appropriate. Did Renee even have a guardian knight? Back when she was still in the Ottoman Empire, she seemed to have found a female guardian knight for her. That was also when the rumors about Renee being a lily began. Who? Oh, there's a time machine over there. Doryman, it's time to go on an adventure to the dinosaur era. I finally recalled. Back then, in order to interfere with the Mist Kingdom's internal affairs as the Mist Kingdom's rightful ruler, as well as to stop those ridiculous rumors, I was indeed René's nominal guardian knight, which meant that I was René's personal knight. I finally understood what all those angry and complaining gazes meant. I should hurry up and find a time machine. At this moment, I no longer had any interest in watching the fun. While it was fun to watch the fun, it was quite troublesome to watch the fun and get involved. You finally remembered, haven't you? Yongye's woman. Do you really think that ordinary people will dare to pursue her just because of her title? It's all your fault that she can't get married. Nonsense, it's obviously Cavendish's fault. If he didn't use René's body to drink with prostitutes, wouldn't that have caused all those rumors? All right, let's fix this. It's the fault of you two shameless brothers. How do you intend to make up for the fact that you guys are specialized in making up for your granddaughters? Everyone else's entire lives will be ruined because of you two brothers. I hesitated for a moment and finally gave up on the idea of finding a time machine. I'd rather go look for a dimensional door. In the past, the New Year's greetings would end very quickly, but this year the situation was slightly different. It seemed that none of the guests wanted to leave. In the eyes of the guests, a familiar figure who was sitting at a table and reading a book was quite shocking. That person, is it him? Has he finally returned? I was wondering why the bounty was cancelled. So it turns out that Her Majesty, René, finally found him. Shoo, stop talking. Be careful that he doesn't run away again. These tall and burly men were all quite loud. Of course, I could hear them, since we were in the same hall. I didn't even know what to say after hearing their words that made me feel helpless. Run away? Bounty? Do you think I'm a naughty child who ran away from home? Save it. You're even worse than a naughty child. At the very least, naughty children don't know what they're doing. You know everything, and you're still doing whatever you want. They kept pointing and whispering to each other, even though they were 2 tables away from me. However, they didn't dare to come over and talk to me. It was as if they were afraid that I would run away the moment they spoke. This was just, it's great that His Highness has returned. There's no need to worry about Her Majesty René's descendants anymore. Yeah, the people of the mist have descendants now. I hope that the first child will be a prince. That way, everyone can relax. Ha! I didn't believe the rumors back then, but after watching that opera, I knew it was true. Opera? Oh, that Princess Peach? I remember that Her Highness René acted as Princess Peach, and His Highness Roland acted as the Dragon Knight. In the end, the Dragon Knight kidnapped the princess. Oh, so that's what it means. Wait a moment. There was too much information in this story. Let me think about it first. Damn it, there was no way I could explain myself. There were too many things to comment on. Uft. The silly cat was rolling around in laughter, as usual. She didn't care about her image at all after transforming into a cat. I opened my mouth, intending to refute the rumors, but then immediately closed it. How should I refute the rumors? Should I say that I was the one who acted as Princess Peach? It turned out that the rumors hadn't disappeared even after so many years. In fact, they were becoming more and more intense. I finally understood why my 2 concubines were so unfriendly towards me. Was it because in their hearts I was their love rival? Numerous gazes were sneaking glances at me, sideways, and out of the corner of their eyes. This overly intense, yet indirect, gaze caused my scalp to go numb. But I had originally come to this event to calm everyone down, to express the fact that I'm in the Northlands and don't intend to go out and cause trouble for the time being, as well as to give some pressure to those restless rats hiding in the gutter. The main event hadn't even begun yet, so it would seem rather inappropriate for me to run away. Forget it, let's get down to business. And so, while everyone else was happily chatting, toasting, and chatting, I did my best to focus on the documents in my hands. It was as if I was a pitiful person who only remembered on the last day of my summer vacation that I hadn't finished my summer vacation homework yet. Ahem, that was just an analogy. Did I look like someone who forgot to do their summer vacation homework? That's right, I never handed in summer vacation homework, so how could I possibly do it? Ever since I arrived in Definder, I hadn't even finished reading the documents in my hands. There were far too many things that I needed to deal with, and far too much homework that I needed to catch up on. Not only that, these things were all quite important, and I couldn't afford to be careless. Right now, I was currently holding the latest battle report for the continent, which was basically the hottest news in the world right now. The battle between the old and the new archmages ended with both sides heavily injured. Yongye says that both sides are incredibly weak. These little things are becoming more and more clickbait. They want me to write a review, and they're even using me as an example. The Bardi Empire's undead army had finally been stopped. Not only had the Bardi Empire's ally, the immemorial dragons, attacked, but the Bardi Empire's ally, the archmages from the mage country, had also attacked. You really wrote something like, "The Truth Symposium was beaten up by an undead emperor." You really dared to write something like that. The Cloud Tower must be furious. Those ancient artifacts are so difficult to deal with. Nonsense, I'm not that foolish. I said, if we only look at the Truth Symposium's strength on paper, they're still slightly weaker than the undead emperors. How did it become Emperor Yongye says that the Truth Symposium's archmages are all trash with a combat strength of 5. Those heartless gnomes actually twisted my words. Do they want me to be killed by those ancient artifacts? This battle report was from the Bardi Empire. Both sides were mages, so the headlines weren't too clickbait. Due to my special status as a member of the Mage Country's Truth Symposium, as well as an undead emperor retired, the fairies brought me a memory crystal and asked me to comment on the battle. All I did was casually say a few words. It would seem that my outdated commentator had gotten into quite a bit of trouble. Are you a newcomer? You actually believe in the integrity of a news reporter? Do you want me to help you write a letter to the Truth Symposium to explain? Just a small commission would be fine. No need. They're no idiots. In this day and age, anyone who believes the headlines of those gnomes would be an idiot. Due to their greedy personalities and the fact that they would do anything as long as there was money to be made, the fairies who had shops all over the world had a new name for themselves. But since they were professional information brokers, even if the headlines were exaggerated, the content would still be the truth. As I looked at this battle report, I recalled the memory crystal I had seen 2 days ago. The spreading undead calamity had finally been stopped. The Truth Symposium's archmages had used a forbidden spell right at the head of the undead calamity. This fire and earth dual element forbidden spell had directly changed the terrain of that area, creating a new volcanic area. This had also eliminated a lot of cannon fodder. From a certain standpoint, those ancient artifacts were quite advanced with the times. Several archmages had teleported into the battlefield with their floating towers, and then had a forbidden spell mage stand inside the floating tower and chant an incantation, waiting for the enemy to enter their range. This was essentially no different from my previous battle against the undead calamity. Meanwhile, the undead emperor's method of recovering was to instantly cast a forbidden spell, just as viciously. I didn't know how they managed to do it, but it was a large-scale, withering spell. However, judging from the area and power of the spell, it was indeed at the level of a forbidden spell. The spell drained all the water in the plains, transforming all the animals and humans into dried corpses. The exchange of forbidden spells was only the beginning. The mages' duel would be the main show. The Bardi Empire and the Mage Country had sent 7 Truth Symposium-level archmages and 3 supreme immemorial dragons. It would seem that they had planned on fighting 2 against 1. All sorts of spells flew about on the battlefield. Ancient forbidden spells and secret techniques were nothing more than cabbages. I couldn't even recognize most of the spells, but at least I could tell who was winning and who was losing. It could be seen that this battle was only a test. Neither side was serious to the point of using their full strength. After all, it would be foolish for mages to go all out before figuring out the enemy's strongest areas and trump cards. The result was just as the record said. Neither side died, and the injured weren't too seriously injured. It was just that the map of that area would probably need to be redrawn. There would be a bunch of volcanoes, lakes, mines, and ice plains. The original map would obviously be useless, judging from the process of the battle and the result. Although neither side used their trump cards, the Truth Symposium's old-timers were actually at a disadvantage. Harlow's teacher and Marguerite's teacher were among the Truth Symposium's members. They were all old-timers that even I didn't dare to provoke. I casually tossed aside the newspaper. This was only the beginning. Both sides would continue fighting. Only after the mages learned the enemy's trump cards would they use their trump cards that would kill them. Rather than having the mages' power level, the mages' will to fight was even more suspicious. Have the Truth Symposium's old-timers fight to the death? For the sake of another country? The undead emperors are probably still testing the mortal plane's retaliation. This will take some time. Just as I was deep in thought, a sudden voice interrupted my thoughts, giving me the urge to break into a run for it. Her Majesty Glena of the Sluir Kingdom has arrived. Chapter 662. Her Majesty Glena Casso has arrived. Damn it, why didn't you inform me? The joyous welcome song was still ringing in my ears, but I was doing my best to find a way to escape. Meanwhile, the attendants around me and Renee didn't even try to hide their evil smiles, which made me realize that I had been scammed again today. Why did I have to run? I didn't know either, but I mysteriously felt anxious. However, I felt like if I didn't run now, I would be in big trouble. Is that really necessary? It's just that you haven't paid child support fees for 8 years. Although you're completely disqualified as a father, you've been disqualified in many other ways. Is it really necessary to care so much? I suddenly understood. So this was the problem. Back then, for the sake of convenience, I had taken that lass as my adopted daughter and even changed her bloodline. Legally and by blood, we were now father and daughter. Now that my father had been gone for so many years, the child support and pocket money I received had all been cut off. So this was what I was feeling guilty about. I recently made a small fortune. At most, I'll pay you back double. When I thought of this, I mysteriously calmed down. I forced out a smile and walked to the door. It's been 8 years. Back then, she was only a teenager. She's probably 20 now. A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Perhaps she'll become a mature beauty, but reality was always cruel. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the moment I stepped into the hall, I saw a pair of metallic feet. The gray armored feet seemed to be made of pure steel, and faintly cracks appeared on the floor as it stepped on. My smile froze as an ominous premonition appeared in my mind. And the next second, my nightmare became reality. This was a gigantic metallic armor that was more than 3 meters tall. It had a humanoid body for gigantic limbs and a mechanical backpack on its back. Its heavy appearance reminded me of the mage country's diamond puppets. The 2 light bulbs on its head lit up when it saw me. It was as if it was a vulture staring at its prey, as if it was a demon from hell. It opened up its metallic arms and pounced at me. Crack! Crack! Rock fragments flew everywhere as the ground shook. It was a pitiful scene where cracks appeared all over the floor. In front of me, a strong gust of wind blew and rock fragments flew everywhere. It was as if a train was about to crash into me. I wanted to dodge, but a familiar voice from the helmet's sensors stopped me. Dad, I miss you so much. A child's voice unique to puberty came from the metal giant's head. That familiar voice caused me to shake. Back in the day, she had left without saying a single word. Yet she still recognized me as her father. A mysterious sense of guilt welled up in my heart. So this was just her way of expressing how much she missed me. So this was just a touching father-daughter reunion. At least act like an adult. I stood up and opened my arms with a smile, welcoming the hug of my daughter, and then there was nothing after that. I only felt a strong force flying towards me, and I heard the sound of bones cracking. It was so painful that I felt like at least a dozen bones had broken. Pain and consciousness flew out of my body, and the next instant my consciousness flew out as well. And my final thought was, ah, it looks like a diamond puppet. It also feels like a diamond puppet when I hit it, and it also feels like a diamond puppet when I touch it. My daughter, you've become so heavy. The little girl waving at the door looks so familiar. She looks like Glina. Damn, I've been tricked again. It really was a solid diamond puppet. That hit me. At this time, I was still doing my best to maintain my consciousness. However, I would rather have fainted because I saw black smoke rising from the top of this diamond puppet's head. Based on how things had developed, what happened next should be asterisk boom. Asterisk, it was said that on that day, even the entire palace was shaken by the explosion. What a familiar ceiling. I opened my eyes and casually commented, how could I not be familiar with the smell of medicine and the white ceiling? Recently, this hospital in the palace had almost become my home. I'll tell you beforehand that I didn't do that on purpose. You just lost control and self-destructed as always? Then was that on purpose? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought back in the day in order to prevent information from being leaked to Cavendish. Not only had I left these two girls behind to go to the battlefield, I had even intentionally isolated them and guarded against them. This guilt made me unable to get angry, even if I wanted to. However, when I looked in the direction where the sound came from, I was astonished. You, how is this possible? Don't misunderstand. I wasn't exclaiming about how a girl would change so much, but rather, why haven't you changed at all? It was still the same familiar doll-like head, the same familiar dazzling blonde hair, the same familiar right eye patch. Oh, this one had a little bear drawn on it, which seemed somewhat different. Hearing me say this, Glina glared at me angrily. If I really had to find something different, it would be that the current Glina was much more human than the motionless ice doll of the past. Back when I was 11 or 12 years old, I appeared to be 8 or 9 years old due to the sealed demon bloodline. Now that I was in my 20s, I still appeared to be 8 or 9 years old. Then I'll have to ask you, just what type of blood did you give me back in the day? I paused in surprise as I broke out in a cold sweat. Unlike Renee, who gave up on blood transfusions in order to cultivate the path of chaos, I used my own bloodline to cover her in order to completely remove the influence of Cavendish's bloodline. From a certain standpoint, she was now my corrupted bloodline, and her appearance hadn't changed even after 8 years. Didn't that mean that System, be honest with me. Just how long did this bloodline take to reach adulthood? This bloodline is the combination of the essence of order and chaos. It's the only miraculous combination in the entire world. It's unprecedented and will be impossible to replicate in the future. Unprecedented? So you're saying that there's no precedent? It's impossible to calculate? You don't even know, yet you're giving it to me? Aha! The hotline you're broadcasting is busy. Please try again later. She even pretended that the line was busy. I was rendered speechless by this irresponsible system of mine. As I looked at Glina's youthful face, I suddenly felt that even my 500-year dusk fruit might not be enough. Although Glina's displeased expression was rather refreshing, I felt an increasing headache looking at this legal lowly. Can such a girl really be married off? Even if she marries off, they'll probably think that she's a pervert. Also, she's the heir to the Sluer kingdom. No wonder I hadn't heard any rumors about Glina before. No matter how I looked at it, any rumors about such a queen would seem like a crime. It would seem that the ministers of the Sluer kingdom had already given up hope on finding an heir. With her body size, it would be impossible for her to have any descendants even if she married off. Don't look at me like that. You're just like those annoying, nagging ministers. Do women have to have children? I never expected that Dad would be so old-fashioned. Galina's mouth was twisted in displeasure. She seemed just like a teenage girl who was dissatisfied with her parents' arrangements. Was this her late rebellious period? The moment I said this, even the silly cat paused in surprise and almost fell off the bed. In this patriarchal era, most people believed that having children was the most important thing for women. It was quite impressive of her to say something like this. I took a deep breath. If you don't want to have children, then don't. I'll just treat it as me owing you something. I'll help you deal with your adopted father. Why did I feel like something was wrong? Relax. As your adopted father, I'll support you. If you don't want to have children, then don't. I'll help you have children. No, don't misunderstand. What I mean is that I need the wood spirit's biological technology to help me create artificial descendants. Asterisk crack. Asterisk this time. Even Gleena paused in surprise. The silly cat, who had just crawled up, missed yet another step. This time, she looked at me with astonishment. What's the matter? Isn't this a good idea? Since it's possible to artificially create spare limbs, then it's technically possible to provide genes for artificial descendants, isn't it? The problem doesn't lie in the technology, does it? Even the ethics aren't right. There's something wrong with your head as well. Haha, I'm relieved. As expected of His Highness, Roland from back then. Gleena finally regained her senses and covered her mouth as she chuckled. It was unknown what she was looking at with her narrowed eyes. Just what was the most intelligent engineer in the Northlands thinking about. However, I felt a chill run down my spine. I was very familiar with this feeling. It was usually the feeling that I had been mysteriously scammed again. Chapter 663. As the ruler of a country, Gleena was also incredibly busy. However, unlike Renee, who was rather atavistic in certain aspects, Gleena was quite intelligent since she had experienced the coldness of the world since she was young. To be more specific, Gleena had established an excellent administrative and military team so that she didn't have to personally deal with every major issue. Of course, this was mainly so that she could make time to do her own research. It was said that Gleena had made quite a bit of progress over the past few years. The Northlands bomb expert Gleena Casso was now a world-famous bomb expert. From a certain standpoint, the intelligent and practical Gleena was more like me, while Renee was more like an ape who only thought with her muscles. However, perhaps it was due to the fact that stupid children always cause trouble, making people worry about them, which was why they received more love and care. In the past, I indeed cared more about Rain than Gleena. I felt that Gleena had another side to her that made me feel at ease, but I always ignored her emotional needs. After being away for so many years, I even ignored my responsibilities as a father. Just thinking about it made my heart ache. Gleena, I don't mind if you pretend to be a narrator, and I completely agree with you saying that Cavendish is an ape who only thinks with his muscles. But look over there. The other ape is about to explode. Gleena, who had been pretending to be a narrator, turned around to see Renee smiling as she unsheathed her sword. It seemed that she intended to properly deal with this older sister of hers that she hadn't seen for so long. Yes, she was indeed her older sister. Her overly young appearance made me forget that Gleena was actually older than Renee by 1.5 years. And then the seemingly young girl immediately started running without another word, making faces as she ran. Come catch me, Gorilla Girl. Show off your muscles in front of your adopted father. As you wish. Oh my, sword energy? Even Renee had become a sword saint, using sword energy to kill her own sister? It was indeed somewhat familiar. I was filled with emotions as I watched the sword energy and explosions rise and fall. These two sisters would fight each other right after the New Year. Just how harmonious and friendly they were. I couldn't help but recall the past. Back in the day, it was rare for the whole family to gather together during the New Year. I would also tease my younger brother like this, but in the end, I would always be pressed to the ground and beaten up. Ahem, time was limited, so let's talk less about our dark history. However, Gleena wasn't lying. As the queen of a country, She was indeed very busy, especially as the monarch of a country. At the end of the year, there were all kinds of reports and summaries. In this regard, the end of the year was the end of the year. Just the calculation of this year's revenue and the allocation of next year's budget was enough to make all the departments fight for at least 10 days. Without a good reason, it was impossible to move a warship away from their own country at this time. My return doesn't count? Of course not. After all, my status in the Mist Alliance was rather special. I didn't have any official position, and I didn't even exist in the official channels. But nobody would believe that I didn't have any influence in the Mist Alliance and the Mist Kingdom. And so I became that person, the person who everyone in the Mist Alliance knew about, but pretended not to exist on paper. I was an invisible person who wouldn't directly call my name. But this time, Galena's reason for coming here was to discuss a major event in the Mist Alliance, a major event that would allow her to toss aside countless trivial affairs at the end of the year. This was why I felt that Galena was more like me. We were both skilled at slacking off in the name of being fair and honorable. No, I meant that we would take care of our personal matters while dealing with official matters. Is there a difference? Of course there is. If you're just slacking off, not only does it sound bad, you'll even be punished later. If you slack off in the name of taking care of official matters, you can even apply for an IOU. The feeling of using official matters to purchase an ancient or out-of-print book that you want, the joy of spending someone else's money without feeling any heartache, and the feeling of not having to hesitate to buy it. Harloise, you're rich, so of course you wouldn't understand. This doesn't sound like Harloise's voice. Kay, Sister Kelly? I turned around and really wanted to slap myself. Wasn't the person in front of me the head administrator of the Mist Kingdom's royal palace? Wasn't this Sister Kelly who was responsible for applying for the royal family's annual allowance and activity expenses? The wood elf Kelly was dressed quite beautifully today, and her smile was quite sweet. However, I felt a chill run down my spine. Oh, it would seem that I should reconsider His Highness Roland's allowance for next year. I think that keeping 1/10 of his allowance should be more than enough. Kelly left while smiling and talking to herself. As the head administrator of the royal palace was quite busy with the year-end banquet. It was already quite nice for her to even have time to spare. This time, she resolved to teach Roland, who she had spoiled too much, a lesson. No matter what he said, she wouldn't receive a single cent of his allowance for next year. This time, it was my turn to be in a bad mood. I had been hoping that I would be able to earn some allowance at the end of the year so that I would have an easier time next year. It would seem that I would have to find another place to swindle, earn some money. Was it normal for me to be poor? Actually, it was quite normal. If I didn't want to work, even a mountain of gold could be used up. Back when I was still Yonya, I had given all my treasures to, and the others to use. I hadn't brought much money with me to begin with. I myself didn't have much of a concept of money. I would gulp down several thousand gold coins worth of red wine in one gulp or 2 copper coins worth of beer. I didn't have any limits when it came to spending money, and I was too lazy to go on adventuring quests to earn that bit of money. Every time I had money, I would spend it all within a month. I did have quite a few treasures on me, but I was reluctant to sell them. Even if I did sell them, nobody would dare to buy them. Actually, all independent adventurers without any faction supporting them were like this. As long as they didn't work hard to earn money or rob others, they would definitely be quite poor. Even when I returned to the surface, I was penniless. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so thick-skinned as to ask Kelly for the royalty's annual allowance. Adoptive father, you should find a rich woman and marry yourself off. That way, you won't have to worry about breakfast tomorrow. Go away, stop joking around. Am I someone who relies on a woman? Although I said that, 2 figures indeed flashed through my mind at that moment. The mother of a tribe and the elven empress. Both of them were the leaders of their tribes. They should be quite rich, right? Then, would I be able to lie down and live the rest of my life like a cripple? I swore that this thought only appeared in my mind for an instant before I unhesitatingly rejected it. You're so lacking in ambition. I don't want to raise a gigolo like you. The silly cat always jumped out at critical moments. Her words caused my face to heat up, and I angrily picked her up and threw her out the window. It's winter. As a cat, you should go catch mice for me as food reserves. Right, Gleena? Since you're here, you must have new information regarding that application, right? Was it really awkward for me to change the topic? Cough, cough. Let's get back to the main topic. Let's talk about national affairs. On the surface, Gleena had come here to discuss national affairs, and the major matter that would make the two leaders of the Mist Alliance meet was naturally the application to join the Mist Alliance. Over the past few days, the Mist Alliance's spies and diplomats had been insanely busy. Since they weren't doing nothing, they had finally obtained some useful information. The Sohn, Dukedom, and Feldis Kingdom's application to join the Mist Alliance was sincere. As applicants, Grand Duke Leon and King Vincent, they were both prepared to give up part of their royal authority. And since they had already made this decision, they didn't hide the reason why they wanted to join the Mist Alliance. The Stanley Theocracy? The Holy Church again? This is. The most convincing information came from the two countries themselves. The reason why the two countries' royal families were willing to jump into a pit of fire was because there was an even greater pit of fire waiting for them. The divine Northern Battlefront Alliance? Damn it, is the Holy Church done yet? You should first count how many incarnations of the god of holy light you've killed already. He's probably never suffered such a huge loss in all these years. The silly cat appeared from an unknown corner and had a serious expression as she talked about serious matters, as if the awkwardness, ambiguity from earlier had never happened. Now that the information was right in front of us, the Holy Church's clumsy scheme was also right in front of us. The divine Northern Battlefront Alliance was proposed by the Stanley Theocracy, a small country in the north. The Stanley Theocracy wanted to use the God of Holy Light's teachings to create an alliance of northern countries similar to the Mist Alliance, so that they could work together against the Mist Alliance. The participating countries would be the countries to the south of the Mist Alliance. As long as this alliance was truly established, it would be possible to trap the Mist Alliance in the north. Obviously, the Stanley Theocracy was the core of this divine alliance, and its national power wasn't even 1/5 that of the Feldis Kingdom. The Stanley Theocracy was definitely backed by the Holy Church. In fact, the Holy Church had recently sent 2 high-level knight squadrons and a cardinal to the Stanley Theocracy. But it was obvious that this was a trap. Joining this alliance would mean completely offending the Mist Alliance, and the Holy Church would also be using this alliance as cannon fodder. The recent developments proved that the cardinals, who were experts at internal conflicts and amateurs at external wars, were absolute idiots when it came to war. They were experts at obtaining benefits for themselves, and the Holy Church wouldn't even dare to imagine how the Stanley Theocracy's future would develop if it became a subordinate country of the cardinals. The Holy Church had already sent official letters to the various countries' royal families. After so many years, the God of Holy Light had never paid so much attention to the small countries in the Northlands. But from a different perspective, this meant that they couldn't just go with the flow. They needed to make a choice. And so the Sohn Dukedom and Feldis Kingdom decided to join the Holy Church. Just what are those idiots thinking right now? Defending against the Mist Alliance? Aren't we supposed to be allies now? I was rather astonished and angry, but even more than that, I felt pitiful numbness. It was as if I had already expected such a thing from the bottom of my heart. Cough! Our ally just used a forbidden spell on our ally. Don't be so astonished. Don't you know what's going on? For some powerful individuals in the Order faction, is there any difference between the Hades and the Chaos faction? Compared to an enemy that they fought against for so many years, wouldn't it be more worth being on guard against a junior who is born from their own flesh and blood and wants to surpass them? Chapter 664. Not long ago, the Holy Church's faction had suffered a major loss in the Chaos Abyss battlefield in San Antonio. The great demon empire and demon armies had returned, and the Holy Church's knight and low-level angel armies had suffered heavy losses. While the actual losses were bearable, the damage to the Holy Church's reputation would be quite difficult to make up for. And it just so happened that the Hell faction managed to achieve such a glorious victory against the Northlands faction at such a time. This made the losers seem even more useless. That's right, in the eyes of the world, being able to achieve such a result against the Demon Wave and Donatis could already be considered a victory. As for the Elven God's death, it was already fated that the Demon Wave would begin here. Everyone was watching the battle. The Elven Gods had suffered a major loss at the beginning and suffered a terrible defeat on the battlefield, while the Elven Gods had won a great victory. Not only did the Elven God survive, they even brought the Elven Empire's inheritance to the Northlands. Naturally, this was a major blow to the Holy Church's reputation. Some people had suffered losses and lost face outside of the Northlands. Instead of thinking about how to regain face, they wanted to suppress their allies and subordinates so that others wouldn't rebel against them due to a lack of reputation. I was only stating the facts. I definitely didn't think of a certain transport team captain who wanted to deal with the outside world first. The rise of the Southern sect, the god of holy lights, numerous obstructions, the Holy Church's reputation in all the other countries, and even the number of believers in the Holy Church's parishes had greatly decreased. All of this was shaking the Holy Church's foundation. And so, in the eyes of certain factions within the Holy Church, the Hades faction and that man who had been hiding behind the Holy Church's back were far more hateful and dangerous than the Chaos faction. Logically speaking, it is indeed understandable that to resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify our internal affairs. Constructing a line of defense and isolation was the Holy Church's way of testing us. However, if we failed to respond appropriately, this line of defense would be of great use. It might even become a solid defensive wall that exiles us barbarians to the northeast corner of the world. Once the Mist Alliance's blockade was completed, the Mist Alliance would be forced into a passive position in terms of strategy. The Mist Alliance would have to break through the Mist Alliance's blockade in order to invade the south. The Mist Alliance would have to let the Northlands fight their own battles, giving us enough time and space to prepare our strategies. This was the most recent mantra of the Cardinals, who advocated for constructing a defensive line. And if the Mist Alliance's blockade was truly completed, it would be far more useful than the benefits on paper. The Holy Church's threat to the Northlands was mainly due to the fact that the Northlands were currently unable to be self-sufficient. Food, weapons, equipment, clothing, and wood all had to be traded with other countries. The moment these trades were cut off, the effects would be tremendous. And right now, the Northlands elves were on their way back to the Northlands. If they were cut off, never underestimate the Holy Church's shamelessness. The Holy Church's fanatical believers and greedy scammers were capable of making any immoral act seem like a good deed. They were capable of treating every merchant as a demon worshipper and hunting them down. We needed to be prepared to be completely cut off from the Holy Church. And if the Mist Alliance really wanted to reinforce another ally, not only would it be impossible for their ground troops to invade the south, they would even be intercepted by the Angel Army in the air. It could be said that the Mist Alliance had completely isolated the Northlands Mist Alliance from a strategic standpoint. And if the Mist Alliance decided to forcefully break through and invade the south first, then the Mist Alliance would be labeled as an invader and a civil war. From a certain standpoint, this scheme was indeed quite sly and sinister on paper. But if I had to say, is the Mist Alliance's planner an idiot? Does he really think that the other countries are his chess pieces and idiots? Would anyone actually fall for such an obvious strategy that's just using them as cannon fodder? I was quite astonished. This was basically forcing the smaller countries in the south to make a choice between the Mist Alliance and the Holy Church. Where did the Holy Church get the confidence to believe that they would be able to achieve complete victory? Even a powerful dragon would have to give face to a local snake. No matter how powerful the Holy Church was, its foundation was still in the central region of Ike. In the Northlands, the Mist Alliance was still stronger. No, they're no idiots. It's just that they haven't woken up from the glory they've enjoyed over the past few years. They still think that everything is still like 10 years ago, when the Holy Church claimed that they were the only rulers, and that royalty could only tremble in front of divine authority. In their eyes, they're the ones with the most power, and those Northlands barbarians should be taking this opportunity to kiss their own boots. Galena's words were filled with venom, but she spoke the truth. The Holy Church's planner probably believed that he would be able to make the smaller countries submit if he brought a powerful army to the Northlands. That might not be the case. There are 12 countries in total. The other countries didn't give me any information. Hasn't their plan already been mostly successful? Renee's words caused everyone present to shake their heads. Without any support, Renee's political foresight would probably only be able to see the front lines. She would only realize that she had been tricked after being beaten up. I once again confirmed that Renee absolutely needed to have an expert administrator by her side. And now that Empress Ivy had appeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. And now, Empress Ivy was stealthily tugging on her husband's clothes, indicating that he shouldn't make wild guesses as she told me the final possible truth. No, they're just waiting. They're waiting for us to offer them something to join us. They're waiting for the other 2 countries to receive a response. They're waiting for us to determine a winner between us and the Holy Church. Making a prompt decision required courage. No matter what the situation was, there would always be a lot of opportunists. If we forced the smaller countries too far, it would be the same as giving the opportunists to the smaller countries. I now had a headache. The current situation had changed yet again. If the 2 countries only wanted to join us, we could use various reasons to reject them. But if we rejected them now, that would be the equivalent of pushing the neutral party into the smaller countries' arms. And if we reluctantly agreed to join the Mist Alliance, that would be a good thing for the Mist Alliance's long-term development. After all, we would be able to obtain the food that we needed the most. However, it would be a destructive blow to our overall defensive strategy. Perhaps we would have to extend our defensive line much further south. Would we have to give up on our natural strongholds and defend the plains? That would be such a huge loss. Perhaps the silly cat had met a silly mouse, or perhaps the Holy Church had truly schemed to such an extent. At the very least, this move from the Holy Church indeed made things rather difficult for us. This was the Mist Kingdom's Royal Conference Hall. It could be said that all the higher-ups of the Mist Kingdom were attending this meeting. However, when I brought up this issue and also mentioned the overall defensive strategy for the entire Northlands, everyone fell silent. In order to increase my persuasiveness, I tossed out some documents and information that I had prepared beforehand for them to look over. For the next half an hour, there was only the sound of flipping pages in the conference hall. By the time they finished digesting the information they had, they were looking at me with strange expressions. Their expressions were mostly like, "Why didn't you say so earlier? How could you be such a scammer? Do you not trust your allies that much? Do you have no confidence in the war at all?" And so on. Every single one of them furrowed their eyebrows at the difficult problem I was facing. And then the conference entered a time where there was no progress at all. Some suggested accepting new allies, while others immediately asked what they should do about the defensive line. Some directly refused, while others immediately asked what they should do about the defensive line. In fact, some even tried to trick the other party into agreeing first. In the end, that idiot was directly kicked out of the conference hall. Was it so easy to earn some credibility in this day and age? In the end, I could only helplessly shake my head. Let's just stall for time. Indeed, this matter couldn't be rushed. We needed time to gather opinions, and the Holy Church also needed time to gather opinions. But at this time, it was necessary to maintain a friendly relationship with the smaller countries. Most of the people in the conference had left, but I was still calculating in my mind. Was there really no solution? That might not be the case. I had plenty of bad ideas. It would take 10 years for the Holy Church to realize what I had done. But right now I needed stability. It would be easy to trick others, but it would be much more troublesome to clean up the mess. Compared to the current problem, I was more concerned about the Holy Church and the other order factions' hostility towards us. Not only that, this hostility wasn't limited to the Holy Church's Holy Light faction. Even the Neutral Nature faction and Dwarf God faction had distanced themselves from us over the past few years. Not only were they no longer as friendly as they were 8 years ago, it was even more obvious that they were on guard against us. Aren't we taking too big of a step? I knew what I was doing. This didn't mean that we weren't doing well. In fact, it was the opposite. It was because we were doing too well. The very nature of belief in a god determined that population and belief were both resources to the gods. In that case, since it was a resource, if some people had more resources, there would naturally be fewer people. Previously, we had such a good relationship, not only because we had similar ideals and similar natures, but also because we had a common enemy. We had to fight against the Holy Light faction within the Order faction, and we had to fight against the Chaos faction outside. But now, the Hades faction had only been on the stage for less than 10 years, but they were already suppressing the other god factions to the point where they couldn't even breathe. Their consecutive victories not only gave the Holy Light faction a lot of pressure, but also made the Neutral God faction unable to take it anymore. And the fact that the Order faction had broken away from the Order faction also made the Neutral God faction quite apprehensive. Not to mention, the Elven God faction had been indirectly destroyed by my hands a few days ago. I wouldn't believe that the other god factions didn't have any thoughts about this. A tall tree would attract the wind. Only a mediocre person wouldn't be envied and hated by others. It was easy to say, but it would be incredibly foolish to stand out too much and make the entire world their enemy. This was the unspoken rule of the Order factions, many god factions. This was a proxy war that couldn't be fought directly. Or, to put it more bluntly, it would be an internal struggle for power that couldn't be spilled. No matter who it was, as long as they were too strong, they would naturally be attacked by the other factions. I just didn't expect this to happen so soon. I had hoped that I was wrong and that this trouble was caused by the Holy Church alone. However, my spies gave me information that the Nature faction had recently been quite close to the Holy Church, which made me think too much. The Joy and Laughter sisters? Sigh, it's all Amelia's fault. This time I didn't just casually shift the blame to the Nature faction. More than 70% of the blame was on Amelia. The appearance of the wood spirits gave them even more authority than the immemorial children of nature. And the wood spirits and Amelia's recent activities greatly expanded the Hades faction's authority. The Hades faction's abilities in nature, life, plants, and so on had already far surpassed the Nature faction's divine miracles. Some things were quite difficult to explain, especially when it came to divine concepts. You say that you're the master of the ancient trees, the king of the trance. The wood spirits, sky-reaching trees, are several times taller than your trees. You say that you're the protector of life. You can reconstruct severed limbs. What? You need sacrifices and sacrifices? You need to make great achievements for a true god? False gods. The wood spirits only need one justice point to reconstruct severed limbs. Far too many things like this had happened before. I could completely understand the Nature faction's frustrations. I also knew that the Nature faction had once sent out god envoys in order to express their friendliness, hoping that Amelia would accept the Nature faction's divine concept and become a member of the Nature faction. Actually, there was nothing wrong with becoming a member of the Nature faction. But the problem was, that's Amelia, that crazy witch. Not only did she kick the god envoys out of the Nature faction, the words she said at the time were now known to everyone. Those 3 difficult tasks still proved the Nature faction's incompetence. Every time someone mentioned them, it was actually an insult to the Nature faction. Nature god? Ha ha! as long as you're able to accomplish those 3 tasks. So what if you become a member of the nature faction? The first difficult task was the secret of life, using a plant's body to give birth to a mortal's body. This was something that surpassed the nature faction's capabilities. The nature gods were unable to accomplish it. The second difficult task was the secret of nature, making an apple tree bloom in one day, bear fruit in one night, plant seeds in one day, and become a forest in one night. This was something that the nature gods could accomplish, but forcefully catalyzing the cycle of reincarnation violated the most basic laws of nature. This was a major taboo for the nature faction. The third difficult task was the secret of the soul, making the son of nature's soul obtain eternity in the forest of dreams. Wood spirits were indestructible in the forest of dreams. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed, their souls could be reborn. This obviously broke the cycle of reincarnation. Even if the nature faction could accomplish it, they wouldn't dare to. These 3 difficult tasks doubtlessly proved Amelia's and the wood spirit's abilities. However, they also became the nature faction's humiliation. Even now, many archaic droll were still racking their brains, trying to think of a way to solve these 3 difficult tasks without violating the nature faction's teachings. All right then, this was such a direct and vicious slap in the face. Amelia was already giving face to the Hades faction by not becoming the nature faction's mortal enemy. After all, for the gods, reputation also represented faith, as well as actual benefits and power. Over the past few years, the droll and nature priests had betrayed Amelia and joined her side. This made the enmity between the nature faction and the Hades faction even worse. Of course, much of this enmity also involved the Hades faction. Whenever I thought about Amelia's increasingly strange temperament, I felt a headache coming on. Becoming the nature faction's mortal enemy seemed quite impressive. But in other words, it would be like being the target of everyone's scorn. I didn't want such a development at all. Perhaps it's time for me to suffer. Compared to the ending where the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, it's not necessarily a bad thing to be suppressed and suffer some losses. However, it's not so easy to take advantage of me, Roland. Be careful that you don't spit out more than you take in. After figuring out the general direction, it was quite easy to come up with a plan. I took out a pen and paper and began my first scheme of the new year. I meant making a plan. Chapter 665. The new year had just passed, and the winter hunt season was about to begin. Many trivial matters were mixed together, and the Mist Kingdom's royal palace and administrative departments were incredibly busy. Winter hunts were quite common in other countries in the continent. The cold winter made hungry beasts even more aggressive, making it easier for them to appear in front of humans. The cold weather also made it impossible for nobles to engage in other forms of entertainment or activities. And so the nobles, who always wanted to find something to do when they had nothing better to do, began their winter hunting activities. A knight riding on a tall horse and accompanied by a fully armored entourage would chase down pitiful homeless and hungry beasts amidst the barking of hunting dogs. They would use the beasts' heads to decorate their military achievements, and use the beast's fur to decorate their rooms. Those pitiful fellows were met with such misfortune just to find some food for their children. Humans were truly cruel. Galena, if you keep pretending to be a narrator, I'll send you back. Also, isn't the winter hunt here different from the one in other countries? Those beasts and magical beasts aren't pitiful at all. They all eat people. I felt rather helpless. Compared to the porcelain doll from back in the day, it was indeed a good thing that Galena had become more human-like. After all, a normal person without any psychological trauma wouldn't become like that. However, this lass was sometimes a little too lively. Even I couldn't stand her expressionless and serious rambling. I was even starting to sympathize with Slewir's administrative officials. With a queen like her around, they must have had a great time being tormented by her every day. Hearing that I was going to send her back, Galena expressionlessly slapped the gigantic magic puppet she was sitting on. The diamond puppet, two Malowing Quachas that appeared out of nowhere. One Malowing Quacha had died due to self-destruction. Rushed out of the group and chased after the pitiful beasts she was talking about. Of course, her entourage wouldn't allow the queen to be left alone. Several dozen knights hurriedly rushed out of the group and chased after her. Did the wry smiles on their faces mean that they were already used to this, or that they enjoyed it? Judging from their heartfelt respect and joy, I felt that it was likely the latter. Winter hunt. That's such a distant memory. The ground was already covered in frost. Horses' hooves echoed loudly on the ground, and the hot breath they exhaled instantly turned into white mist. The snowfall from earlier had caused the entire world to turn white. A boundless, icy plain and snowy mountains were right in front of us. Even a winter hunt team of several thousand people seemed insignificant in comparison. Our team had set off early in the morning. Most of us were night mounts. The scouts and hunting dogs had set off long ago, and the aerial night should soon bring news of the beasts. The Northern Lands winter hunt is completely different from the other countries' winter hunts. They do it for entertainment, but we do it for survival. The living environment in the Northern Lands was extremely harsh, and the thick malice was not only directed at humans. The living environment of wild beasts and magical beasts was equally harsh. Once the mountains were sealed off by heavy snow, the wild beasts would not be able to find food in the mountains and would naturally come out of the mountains to attack humans. The beasts that could survive in the Northlands had long since mutated into something similar to magical beasts. Under the leadership of their leaders, the beasts would eventually form an unstoppable beast stampede that would attack villages and cities. In the past few decades and centuries, countless villages have been destroyed by the winter beast stampede. From a certain standpoint, beasts that couldn't find anything to eat would group up and attack humans. This had already become a tradition of the Northlands beast stampede. Naturally, the Northlanders also formed another tradition. Whenever winter arrived, they would start a winter hunt in order to kill as many threats as possible while they were still in their infancy. They would attack before the beast stampede formed into a beast stampede. They would do their best to kill the beast stampede's leader and disperse the beast stampede that had just gathered. This would reduce or even destroy the scale of the beast stampede. History and tradition had proven that this method was much better than waiting in a castle for the beast stampede. Passively defending would only cause the stampede to grow larger and larger. Once all the magical beasts in the snowy mountains came out, it was possible to meet any high-level creature. It was already a historical event that the Northland cities would be destroyed. Most countries in the Northlands had a tradition of winter hunting. However, challenging the beast stampede required more than courage. Even fully armed knight squadrons wouldn't be able to deal with the sly and vicious beasts. If one didn't have enough power, going on a winter hunt would be the equivalent of delivering food to the beast stampede. The Donglan Principality had long since given up on winter hunting. During those years, the people of Donglan seemed to have gotten used to bringing their families to a major city like Definder the moment winter arrived. They would then hide in wooden houses and tremble as they listened to the beasts' roars outside. They would pray that the beast stampede would pass as soon as possible and that their homes and businesses wouldn't be destroyed too badly. And this was for the best. Every year, countless residents would be ambushed by beast stampedes while migrating. The Donglan Principality's night squadrons weren't enough to protect them at all. 8 years ago, when we returned to the Northlands, we started organizing winter hunts again. Not only was it to get rid of the beasts and gather food, it was also to boost the people of Donglan's courage and morale, giving them a long-lasting sense of security. During the past 8 years, Donglan and the Mist Alliance had been growing in power. Donglan's military strength had become the most powerful in the Northlands. Naturally, there was no reason to stop the winter hunts. As the winter hunts continued, the beast stampede's size decreased year after year. The pressure on the cities and villages was also greatly reduced. If it was possible to defeat the beast stampede early, the people of the mist wouldn't need to carry out such a dangerous winter migration. Right now, several thousand of us were traveling. Although it seemed like a large scale, this was only the beginning and preparation for the winter hunts. Our main task was to investigate the beast stampede's location and size, so that we could discover high-level and mega-magical beasts. If it was a small beast stampede, we could destroy it beforehand. If it was a large beast stampede that numbered in the tens of thousands, we would leave it to the regular army to deal with. Winter hunts were two completely different concepts in the Northlands compared to the central regions. In warmer regions, winter hunts were an entertainment season for nobles to show off their military strength, as well as a climax season for them to seduce noble ladies. But in the Northlands, winter hunts were war training for soldiers. Participating in winter hunts was the duty and responsibility of every member of the royal family. Why didn't Gleena return to the Northlands to organize winter hunts? Actually, the other countries in the Northlands held winter hunts every year. After so many years, the beast stampede size had long since been under control. Winter hunts weren't dangerous at all and could be carried out normally. However, the Donglan Principality had been weak for far too long, and the number of beast stampedes they had exceeded the total number of all the other countries combined. Controlling the beast stampede's size wouldn't be as simple as killing them all. She was actually quite happy. Not only could she spend the new year with her younger sister, but she could also participate in winter hunts to relax. That was why she was adamant about not returning to the Northlands. I asked her retainers and learned that the situation in the Northlands was stable and that everything was fine, so I didn't forcefully chase her away. On the way back, she was overly active like a little rabbit, constantly causing trouble for the hunting team. Unfortunately, she had a special status, so we had to treat her seriously. But for me, Big Sister Kelly, what do you mean by if you want the royal allowance, then do your duty as a royal prince? I've already done so many winter hunts, and I've long since done my duty. It's so cold here. I just want to lie down on warm blankets and drink hot cocoa while daydreaming. We were still enjoying the wind as we waited for the scouts to report back. I got off my horse and rubbed my hands and stomped my feet. I still felt quite cold, and I speechlessly looked at the damn child who was already building a snowman by the roadside. I really wanted to go back to sleep. This damn child is so energetic. Can physical age really affect mental age to such an extent? But soon, I discovered that I was wrong. That 3-meter-tall snowman had been made into a magical puppet with obvious joints. Then the great engineer inserted something into it and said something mysteriously. That snowman actually stood up and started moving with loud rumbling sounds. It was running, it was jumping, it was building an even bigger snowman. Is this the advanced version of a damned naughty child playing with snow? Seeing that I was looking in her direction, Gleena, who had already jumped onto the snowman's shoulder, waved at me, indicating that I should go over as well. I wasn't an idiot. I already saw that you had added a large amount of explosives into the snowman. Why would I go over? I still hadn't had enough of the 1 Malawian kwacha explosion last time. So why would I go over to enjoy the 3 Malawian kwachas explosion? Wait a moment. MK3. Gleena had indeed marked the snowman's head. In that case, the 2 Malawian kwachas that Gleena had been stepping on. Was it possible that it wasn't loaded with explosives? I reflexively moved further away from Gleena. It's rare for Sister Gleena to be so relaxed. Unlike us, who were all hugging each other like dumplings, Renee was wearing a black, tight-fitting hunting attire that showed off her beautiful curves. I suddenly discovered that she was actually taller than me. The 9-headed dragon leather attire seemed light and thin, but its defensive and cold-resistant properties were both astonishingly high. She seemed even more valiant when she was carrying a hunting bow. The Night Princess was becoming more and more mature. However, Both of my concubines simultaneously rolled their eyes at me because I was standing too close to her. Renee chuckled when she saw that I was in a daze. Sister Glena isn't like this back in our country. She's the core strategist and pillar of the entire Mist Alliance. She's always so confident and dignified. Only in front of you will she truly relax and cast aside all that nonsense. She'll reveal that she's the same age as she appears to be. I felt rather guilty when I heard this. I had indeed been rather selfish back in the day. I had cast aside everything and just left, leaving the responsibility to two girls who had just reached puberty. They had to work so hard to support their family business on their own. I felt that I should properly compensate them. I would start by giving them more pocket money. Glena, I'm fine with you pretending to be the narrator. I do feel slightly guilty, but I really don't have any pocket money. While we were still joking around, 2 nights of ice and snow appeared in the western sky. The Aurora Knight, who had been acting as scouts, had returned. In that case, it was time to get down to business. However, the next instant I heard a series of exclamations. One of the Aurora Knight had actually fainted on his own steed, while the other was also injured. There was no need to mention just how powerful an Aurora Knight was. Even a novice knight who had fainted during a scouting trip would be incomprehensible. However, this only made me feel more and more uneasy. It would seem that some of my previous guesses were correct. My luck was quite good this time. Not only had I come to the right place, I had even met my target ahead of time.